हाँ ଏବେ ଖାଲି
Good morning, everyone. Am I audible? Can anyone confirm? I think.
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Okay, right. So, respected seniors, my dear friends, the Department of Forensic Medicine and from different clinical departments who have joined in large numbers from different parts of the country. Start. Sorry.
Good morning, Dr.
Yeah, good morning, sir. Good morning, respected seniors, my dear friends of the Department of Forensic Medicine, Anatomy, and other clinical departments who have joined us in large numbers from different parts of the country for this online CME on unclaimed bodies, organ donation, and night autopsy and update. So this is an exclusive online platform, and this is for the half-day program. We have got 4 speakers. 2 will be our internal speakers. Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Am I audible? Can anyone confirm?
Sir, you are audible.
Yeah, I'm audible. Thank you. So the program schedule is like this. We have got 4 speakers. Each session will be of 45 minutes duration. If time permits, we will have 1 or 2 questions at the end of the session. But basically, what we're planning is that at the end of the 4 session, there is a panel discussion. There we expect interaction with our guest speakers, our experts. So the first session, first 2 sessions will be about the unclaimed bodies. Our first speaker will be Dr. Raj Sekhar. Sir is additional professor in the Department of Anatomy. He is working here in Jitmar only. Sir has got vast experience and his field of interest is in embalming. And we are sure his experience that we'll share with us will be enriching for all of us. Then our second speaker is Dr. Sailesh Mote. Sir is currently working as a dean in this R.N. Cooper Municipal College and Hospital at Mumbai. Sir is a senior person, most of the forensic fraternity at our office. Sir, he goes as a speaker in various medical legal topics. Sir, Dr. Mohite sir will be speaking on the ethical and legal dilemmas in handling the unclaimed bodies. As a forensic practitioner as well as anatomist, we quite often come across these unclaimed bodies, and they tend to pose some queries in our mind, especially the young is the how to deal with these kind of cases. Okay, because they are the ones which we should be careful about dealing with this sort of process. So that is the reason we thought, and since it is dealt with by forensic department as well as by anatomy department, we thought we will have 2 speakers. So for that, our first speaker, Dr. Raj Sekhar, will be deliberating on the academic and the research utilities, and Dr. Mohite sir will be talking about the ethical and the legal dilemmas that we come across in handling the unclaimed bodies. Sir will mainly be talking about the medical legal cases, and Dr. Raj Sekhar mainly the academic side of it. So these 2 topics will be on unclaimed bodies, and the third speaker for today's CME is Dr. Sujit Parameshwaran. Sir is a nephrologist currently working as professor in the Department of Nephrology in Jitmar. And sir is also Dr. Sujit sir is also the a nodal officer for Noto in JIPMER. So he has been associated with this organ transplantation disease as well as live organ transplantation right from the beginning of its inception in JIPMER. So he will take us through his journey, his experience, whatever the practical problems he faced, how he overcame all these problems, and how he grew as how JIPMER grew as a center for this organ transplantation, especially this cadaveric organ transplantation. The last speaker for the session is Dr. Yogendra Bansal sir, who is working as a professor and head. Sir is from PGI Chandigarh, and he will be deliberating on the night autopsy. Now, when it comes to night autopsy, recently there had been a ruling last year only. So I'm sure there are queries in the mind of this forensic medicine specialist. There may be some sort of an apprehension regarding this night autopsy thing. The reason being the less number of manpower available and infrastructure may not be sufficient in some of the colleges. And as all of you may be aware, that sir is one of the members who was responsible for drafting this night autopsy thing. So there were four experts. Yogendra Bansal sir was one of them. So it will be nice to hear it from the horse's mouth, whatever queries and suggestions he will be having. And at the end of this whole session, there is a panel discussion which will be moderated by Dr. Vinod Chaudhary, who is working as additional professor in JIPMER. So you are requested to whatever queries you have, kindly you can put it in the chat box, and alternatively you can also put it in the group, this WhatsApp group that has been created specifically for this purpose. And apart from this Zoom, we have also made provision for this will be streamed live to YouTube. For any technical reasons, if any one of you are not able to join through the Zoom, then kindly use the YouTube facility also. So since it is being streamed live. So with those brief words, I'd like to stop here. I once again welcome you all and thank you all for this massive participation. We have more than 400 registered delegates. So that just goes to show your enthusiasm and learning about as well as expressing your expertise and views about these topics that we have chosen. So with those few words, I would like to stop, and I would our guest speaker for the first session, Dr. Rajsekhar, will start soon. But before that, I would like to request Dr. Vijaypal Khanagwal sir. Sir, I can see sir is online there. Sir, you can unmute yourself. Khanagwal sir, good morning. Good morning. Kindly unmute Khanagwal sir. Sir, you can unmute yourself. Khanagwal sir, you are not audible. Khanagwal sir, you are not audible.
Am I audible, sir?
Good
Yes,
morning,
yes, yes. Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning. Khanagwal sir, he is a very senior forensic professor. Sir currently is working as a professor and head in the Department of Forensic Medicine at Kalpana Chawla Government Medical College in Karnal, Haryana. I request Khanagwal sir, the chairperson for this particular session, to kindly introduce our guest speaker, Dr. Rajsekhar. So we will just put up the slide.
Thank you, Dr. Siddharth. I have got the slide for the introduction of the speaker.
Yes, sir. This is for the other viewers
Okay,
also, sir.
Right, sir.
Yes. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
So, good morning to all. It's my proud privilege to introduce Dr. Rajsekhar, Additional Professor, Department of Anatomy, Jaisalmer, Pondicherry. who did his MBBS from Pondicherry University and later MD Anatomy in Dr. NTR University of Health Sciences, Andhra Pradesh. He has 45 publications in national and international journals to his credit, and he has also authored a book titled as Embalming and Voluntary Whole Body Donation. And his study on soft embalming by Janelin was awarded the Best Publication Award, and he has got the experience of embalming for more than 15 years, and he has done about 115 embalming cases, including the anatomical, the funeral, and the autopsy bodies as well. So I welcome Dr. Raj Shekhar to present his work on academic and research utilities of unclaimed bodies. So over to Dr. Raj Shekhar.
Thank you, Vijay sir. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
So we'll start off the session with a case scenario. A 35-year-old male contract worker who is employed in Andaman Nicobar Islands and who has no next of kin. For treatment purpose, he has been referred to Jipmer Hospital. He came to Jipmer, he was taking treatment in Jipmer and unfortunately expired. And after he being expired, there was no next of kin to claim the body. What will be the further course of action as a management? So we'll try to see how to approach this scenario. So we'll try to see how to approach the unclaimed bodies. Now, as such, we'll try to approach the topic as the life cycle of an unclaimed body, starting from its classification. How do we label a body as an unclaimed body? And what are the attempts to trace the relatives of the body? And how the transfer procedure is done, that is to the medical college, and how the embalming is done. And furthermore, how it is utilized for academic and research purposes. So if we see the today's talk, most of the information from the talk is actually sourced from a document called Anatomy Act. Now, if you see the Anatomy Act, the origins of the Act, it is actually started off as Bombay Anatomy Act in 1949. After its origin, many of the states in India have adopted this Act into their own state anatomy acts, and they have been amended frequently as need arises. And the most recent amendment belongs to, once again, Maharashtra State Anatomy Act that was amended in 2014. So we will try to base our talk on the information available from Maharashtra State Anatomy Act. This I'm choosing because majority of the state acts, they're actually modeled on the Anatomy Act of Bombay or Maharashtra. So what is an unclaimed body? How do you classify an unclaimed body? So a body of the deceased person who has no near relatives to claim the body within a prescribed time. The keywords here are near relatives and prescribed time. What is prescribed time? The Act says 48 hours we have to wait for the near relatives to claim the body. But according to Police Manual or the National Human Rights Commission, we have to wait for 72 hours before we can label the body as an unclaimed body. So we have to wait for the relatives to come and claim the body. Who can claim the body? Now, the term near relative is distinctly defined as these following relations: wife of the deceased, husband, parent, son, daughter, or brother and sister. But the term near relative is not limited to all these relations. It is also extrapolated to relations which are lineal and collateral consanguinity. And among this lineal and collateral consanguinity, the lineal consanguinity, 3 degrees up to the relations up to 3 degrees are allowed. And in case of collateral consanguinity, up to 6 degrees of relations are allowed to claim the body. This is regarding blood relations. Now, if you see by marriage, either somebody married to the deceased or who is married to the relatives of the deceased, like the one which we have seen, the lineal and collateral consanguinity, or the previous one, wife, husband, parent, son, daughter, brother, and sister, who is married to these relations. So we have seen the new terms here, the lineal and collateral consanguinity and 3 degrees and 6 degrees. Let me elaborate a little bit more about this lineal consanguinity. Lineal consanguinity means it is a direct line of relationship. Example, great-grandfather, grandfather, son, child, grandchild, and great-grandchild. So these are the lineal consanguinity relations, direct line of relations. So any of them can claim the body. So we see the collateral consanguinity. It is defined as a relation between two persons who does not ascend or descend from one another, but they have a common ancestor. So if you can see the picture, we have two girls who are cousins, and they have a different father and mother, but they have a common grandfather. So that is the collateral consanguinity. So they have a common ancestor. Example, cousins who have a common grandparent, relation between uncle and nephew, or aunt and niece. So these are classified as collateral consanguinity. So this is about lineal and collateral consanguinity. Now, among these lineal and collateral consanguinities, we consider certain degrees of relations. What are the degrees? The first degree is the relationship between a person and his father, or a person and his child. That is the first degree. Whereas the second degree, if you see, the relationship between a person and his grandfather, or a person and his grandchild. Not only this, a sibling is also considered as a second degree relation. Next, last one is a third degree, the relationship between a person and his great-grandfather, or person and his uncle, person and his aunt, niece or nephew, or a great-grandchild. So these are the different types of degrees with which we will view the lineal and collateral consanguinity relations. So these are the people who can claim the body. So almost all of the relations of a person are covered under this thing. So this is according to the Anatomy Acts of majority of the states in India. But we have certain exceptions to the people who can claim the body in certain states. Say, for example, Delhi, apart from all the relatives of the deceased, including the lineal and collateral consanguinity, a friend of the deceased can also claim the body. This is especially given only in the Delhi Anatomy Act and not in any other state anatomy acts. Next one is the Kerala State Anatomy Act, where a recognized religious or a public organization which belongs to the faith of the deceased can also claim the body and receive the body. So these are the two exceptions that we have in state anatomy acts of the India. Apart from these two states, almost all the states will allow claiming of the body only from the near relatives of the deceased. So some people come to claim the body. What if there is a problem between the people who are claiming the body? Say, for example, if there is a deceased, if there is a legal wife of the deceased, and if there is somebody else also coming forward saying that they're claiming them to be the wife of the deceased. So in such scenarios, all the disputes will be referred to the executive magistrate. And the executive magistrate will be hearing the case within 2 days after receiving such a reference. And after hearing, he'll be pronouncing his decision, and his decision will be final and conclusive, which is not open for any repeals. Next one is the taking care of the body till this procedure happens. That is the executive magistrate, his hearing, and his conclusion of the decision. So till that is completed, the officer in charge or the authorized officer, he is supposed to take care of the deceased, the body of the deceased. He has to take all the reasonable steps and take care to prevent the decomposition of the body, and it should be stored in a cold storage. So let us look at a scenario. There is a death happening in the government hospital and the body is unclaimed. There are no relatives by the side of the patient. So if that thing happens, we have to wait for 48 hours as stipulated in the Anatomy Act. Then after that, the authority who is in charge of the hospital, say medical superintendent or the medical records department, they will contact and refer the case to the authorized officer. Then the authorized officer, upon their investigation and conclusion, if they deem fit, then they'll refer the body to the approved institution. So this is the common course of action for an unclaimed body. Now, in this statement, we are seeing two new terms: authorized officer and approved institution. What is an author? Who is an authorized officer? In case of state anatomy acts, the state government, they release a official gazette notification saying that the so-and-so officer will be acting to implement the act. That is, they'll be appointed for the purpose of the Anatomy Act. What kind of an officer will be appointed? The officer should be competent, and he's posted in the area where the act is implemented. So he should be competent and he should be posted in that area. So such kind of officer, either one officer or multiple officers, may be appointed. The station house officer or the sub-inspector of the police or any officer who is above the sub-inspector of police will be acting as the authorized officer in order to implement this particular State Anatomy Act. And usually it is their duty to permit or to refer or to hand over any unclaimed bodies to the approved institution. Approved institution, once again, what is an approved institution? Once again, state government will appoint certain medical colleges, that is all government medical colleges and certain private medical colleges, provided if they're very old. So according to this act, these medical colleges, they are allowed to accept any voluntary donations or unclaimed bodies. So these bodies will further be utilized for medical education as well as research. So this is for any particular purpose of the Act, Anatomy Act. So all the government medical colleges of state government as well as central government, they come under the terminology of approved institution. Now we have classified the body. Now we will see what will be the attempts made by people to trace the relatives, near relatives, or the next of kin of the unclaimed body. So first, if you see in a government medical college, say for example, somebody is dying in the government medical college, anyway, it is an approved institution. So the body will be transferred to the mortuary of the government medical college. And as per Act, the management will wait for 48 hours for any relatives to come and claim the body. If there are no relatives claiming the body, then the matter will be taken up by whoever is in charge of managing the unclaimed bodies. In certain institutions, it will be the Medical Records Department, MRD. In certain institutions, it will be the Forensic Medicine and Toxicology Department. And they'll be taking up the case and they will further intimate the details to the nearest or jurisdictional police station. At times, certain institutes have a public relation officer, and if they are present, they will be taking up the case and advertising the identity details of the unclaimed body, such as name, photograph, sex, and other identification details in the local newspapers. So this is what happens if the death has occurred in a government or private medical college, that is authorized institution. If the death has happened in a public place, then automatically the police of that location will take control of the body and transfer it to the jurisdictional hospital, government hospital, which has a mortuary. So this is regarding the public place. If the death has happened in a public place and the patient does not have any near relatives. If the death has happened in the prison and nobody is claiming the body, then the prison authorities such as jailer will refer the case to the jurisdictional police station. And from there, the police will take the possession of the body, refer the body to the jurisdictional mortuary. So whichever government hospital is present in that jurisdiction, that will be referred. Just a second. Battery low. So we'll continue. Next, if the patient has died in a hospital, but a private hospital. So in that case, the authority who is in charge of the hospital, say, for example, medical superintendent of that hospital, will contact the police, and the jurisdictional police station people will come and take possession of the body, and they'll be transferring the body to the government hospital, which is in that jurisdiction. So now the body is transferred to the jurisdictional government hospital mortuary. So this is these are the various scenarios based upon the location of death of the unclaimed body. Next, we'll see the role of police. Now the police has entered the scene. Now, what is the role of police? Police has 4 distinct roles in management of unclaimed bodies. They will take the possession of the body based on the location of the body, except for the government medical college, or that is the authorized institution. All other places, the police will come and take the possession of the body. Further, they will attempt to trace the near relatives of the deceased or the next of kin of the deceased. So this they do by 2 mechanisms. First, they will try to investigate, look for any identification details, and approach the location of stay of the body if they could. And other means of identification is by giving wide publicity. So just like PRO of a medical college, the police also, they try to take the photograph of the person and advertise in local newspapers, and try to find out any people who are willing to claim the body. So that is investigation and publicity. Next is they are the people who take the decision to hand over the body if there are no claimants to the body to the authorized institution. So these are the 4 distinct roles played by the local police, that is the jurisdictional police, in the management of unclaimed bodies. So the police has this investigative role as well as publicity role. What are the modes of publicity? If you see the modes, they will collect the details first from the unclaimed body. The approximate age of the patient, sex, they'll take a photograph, and approximately the religion, if there are any signs or any artifacts, religious artifacts on the body, and if there are any belongings, and they'll also note down the birthmarks. So once this information is collected, this information will be collated and circulated through the medium which gives wide publicity. That is the local and national newspapers, local television channels, and the beat of drum. This is the old method followed in villages, or at times it will be canvassed in the mic in an auto. So that will be the semi-urban and urban scenario. So this is the media that is mentioned in the Act, Anatomy Act, through which the police are supposed to publicize and attempt to trace the near relative. So if you see this chart, the role of the police, so if the police investigate the case and they are able to trace the near relative of the deceased, then they will hand over the body of the unclaimed to the near relative of the deceased. So that is the first scenario. So if they're tracing, that means that tracing can happen either because of investigation or because of the publicity. So this is the first scenario. In the next scenario, if the police are investigating and they are unable to trace the near relative, or they are unable to trace the near relative either because of publicity, then it becomes a non-traceable case. In such a non-traceable case, there are various sub-scenarios. It can be an MLC or it can be a non-MLC. If it is a non-MLC case, then it is a clear-cut case that it can be handed over to the authorized institution, that is a government medical college. If it is an MLC, then they have to further investigate the cause of death and the manner of death and any suspicion, any suspects, all those things they'll be taking care. So for that, they'll be doing an autopsy. And once the autopsy is done, we cannot use the body for an academic research purpose. So if there is an MLC and the body is fit, and if there is no foul play, or if there is no suspicion, there is nobody questioning the manner of death, then it is in the discretion of the police that they convert the MLC case to a non-MLC case and then hand it over to the authorized institution, that is the medical college. But usually MLC cases are not accepted for academic purpose. This is because of two reasons. First reason is it is convention that all MLC cases will be autopsied for finding out the cause of death. Now, once the autopsy is done, all the vessels are cut. So we cannot actually embalm the body adequately or as it is desired, and then further utilize that for teaching anatomy to the medical students. And since the organs are all severed, the utility of the post-mortem autopsied body is very, very less for teaching purpose. And moreover, usually all MLC cases, they will be claimed in the majority of the cases. But in certain cases where there are no claimants, and if the MLC is because of road traffic accidents, particularly without any body disfigurement or external injuries, example, whiplash injuries, then in such cases, in the absence of any claimants, then the police can convert this case from MLC to non-MLC after inquiring for its fitness. If it is fit, if they are willing to donate, then they will convert it from MLC to non-MLC. They'll be discussing the fitness with the people who will be accepting the body. If I can quote a scenario where my jurisdictional police has come and approached.
MLC case is not accepted for academic purpose. The road traffic accident without body is not an injury. Yeah.
Yeah. So
let the presentation complete first.
So the police will actually contact the people who will be accepting the authorized, people who will be accepting the unclaimed body. Then they'll discuss with us. After their discussion, if we feel that the body is fit, then we convey it to them. Then they will be converting the body from MLC to non-MLC and will be transferring the body to us. So that will be the case in case of MLC but fit body. In case of unfit body, they'll be disposed of by the means of police. They'll be contacting either the municipal organizations or an NGO or a contract workers who will be cremating the body. Once the police feels fit that the body is can be transferred, if it is a non-MLC and it is unclaimed, then they give this police clearance certificate stating the permission to utilize the body for medical education and research purpose. So this is for non-MLC. For MLC body, they give two kind of permissions. First thing is the conversion of MLC to non-MLC. Then the second one is the permission to utilize the body for medical education and research. So these are the two aspects of police clearance certificate that we get from the police. Now, with the course of this police clearance certificate, the onus of the body is being transferred from the police to the approved institution. That is the medical college, government medical college and certain private medical college. And to be very specific in that, the authority in charge of that institution will always be the medical superintendent who receives the body. Then he will further delegate the information to the medical records department or forensic medicine department based on their own policy. Now the body is transferred, body is actually transferred from the place of death to the jurisdictional mortuary, hospital mortuary. If it is if the death has happened in the government medical college, the body will be already there in their own mortuary. But if the death has happened in the public place, prison, or a private hospital, the body will be shifted to a government government hospital mortuary, which is present in their jurisdiction. Then, after the police clearance and official documents are processed, the body will be once again transferred by the police to the authorized institution, that is the medical college, which will utilize the body for teaching and research purpose. So just to reiterate this point, place of death, from place of death to jurisdictional government hospital, which is not a medical college, jurisdictional government hospital, and from that place to the nearest government medical college. So this will be the chain of transfer of body in case of unclaimed nature. Now, once the MRD or forensic people, when we receive the information from the hospital medical college management that we have a body, then we'll be contacting the anatomy department. So once the anatomy people will come and see the body, if it is fit, they'll take up for anatomy department, they'll transfer the body to anatomy department, then do the embalming and store the body. If it is unfit, then sometimes if it is unfit in the first case, the police will not be transferring the body to us, to the medical college. But in the due course of time, during the process of shifting, there is any delay in the documents or there is any decomposition in the body because of that delay. In such cases, even after it is shifted to medical colleges, it might be unfit. And in such cases, the anatomy department may not be willing to accept the body. In such cases, the MRD, who is in charge of the mortuary, or the forensic medicine department, who is in charge of the mortuary, they'll be outsourcing the cremation of the body to a contractor, private contractor, or a NGO. So this is the transfer of the body from the hospital mortuary to anatomy department, or the disposal of the body. What will be the scenario in case of places where there is no approved institution? Say, for example, we are looking at tier 2 or tier 3 cities or towns where there is no medical college. In such cases, if there is an unclaimed body, the police will take possession of the body, and after investigation and with the due publicity, if they're still unable to trace the near relatives of the deceased, then they will transfer the body to the local municipal authorities or NGO, who usually take up and cremate the body. But there are no clear guidelines as to what should be the procedure in the Anatomy Act to manage such situations. In private medical college, if we get an unclaimed body, can accept the body or not? So if we see this scenario, can accept the body provided there is any provision in the State Anatomy Act. As far as my knowledge goes, there is no such provision in any of the State Anatomy Acts in India, whereas such an option is available in Anatomy Acts of foreign countries. In our case, the private medical colleges, which are very old and reputed, they usually get their permission from state government, seeking permission to accept the unclaimed bodies as well as voluntary body donations. Such cases where the state government permits the private medical colleges, then they can accept the unclaimed body or the voluntary body donations. In case of unclaimed body, of course, the due procedure for tracing the near relative of the deceased should be followed by the police. What are the problems associated with unclaimed bodies? The first problem is with the time. Now, according to the Anatomy Act, the period until which a person can claim their body is 48 hours. But according to National Human Rights Commission and Police Manual, it is 72 hours. So let us take 72 hours, that is 3 days. Even this 3 days is actually insufficient to trace the near relatives, practically speaking. And it is insufficient to even publicize, to get to the press people and even publicize also. So these are some practical issues. And other issue is the 72 hours time is actually insufficient for the near relatives to see the publicized information and come to that place where the body is present and claim the body. So this is grossly inadequate. But on the contrary, the 3 days time where the body is actually present in the cold storage, if that time is exceeded, if it is protracted, then it will lead to preservative problems, such as in certain places, the electricity will not be continuous, so there might be problems in maintaining the temperature. In certain mortuaries, the number of cabinets might be limited and they don't have place to store the body. So at times they'll be preserving the body till the capacity of the cold storage, and excess bodies will be just lying outside where they'll decompose. Now, once the body is decomposed, it poses a huge health risk for the mortuary staff, and likewise it becomes unfit for its use for academic purposes. So these are the two problems, that is the time as well as preservation. The next one is health risk. Being an unclaimed body, we don't know the antecedents of the disease of the patient, whether he's HIV, hepatitis B virus, hepatitis C virus positive, or for that matter, corona positive. So if the death has happened in a public place or any other place other than the hospital, so we don't know the disease status. In such cases, the mortuary staff, the people who are transmitting the body, that is the people who are lifting the body and keeping it in the ambulance and transferring it to the hospital, that is the body handlers, or the people who are receiving the body and taking it up for embalming, before embalming, embalmers, all these people are at the health risk while dealing with the unclaimed bodies. So what is the solution for this? Whenever we get any body, if it is if that death has happened outside a hospital, then we should consider that body as HIV positive for all practical purposes and take the universal health precautions, universal safety precautions while handling the body as well as embalming the body. If there is a doubt regarding the manner of death in case of unclaimed body, the police will further investigate the case. There will be postmortem autopsy. Once the postmortem autopsy is done, it is not fit for academic purpose, hence will be disposed of. Now, when the police decides to hand over the body to the authorized institution, what are the rules that they have to follow? Rule number 1 is, after the death of the patient, before 48 hours, the body should not be shifted to the authorized institution. That is number 1. Now, after the death, the police has to intimate the death to the executive magistrate. Now, that intimation should be done as fast as possible. And after the intimation is done, they have to wait for 24 hours. Now, after intimation, then the 24 hours, then only they can shift the body to the authorized institution. So these are the rules regarding the time of shifting the body after death to the authorized institution. And whenever they shift the body, if the death has happened in the hospital, they'll be the body will be issued a death certificate stating the manner of illness. So the death certificate, that is the certificate of medical cause of death, should always accompany the unclaimed body wherever it is transmitted. In certain cases, the death will be non-institutional, that is public place, prison. In such cases, a registered medical practitioner should be called in to certify the medical cause of death to the best of his knowledge. So then the registered medical practitioner issues the death certificate, and that death certificate will be accompanying the body. But here we have a catch. The registered medical practitioner who is actually certifying the cause of death should not belong to the institution which is accepting the body. This is because of vested interest and conflict of interest. So independent registered medical practitioner should certify the cause of death. And of course, the death should be certified, and the certificate should be accompanying the body at all times. Who cannot donate the body? Any person who is interested only to cremate the body, he cannot donate the body. Say the person who is transmitting the body from the hospital to the crematorium, he cannot donate the body according to his own wish. What are the legal documents which are to be maintained or received by the authorized institution? They have to receive the death certificate, of course, but once they receive the body, they have to contact the executive magistrate and send certain details. What are the details? Death certificate copy, receipt time and date, then the details of person who is actually receiving the body, then the place of death, then the identification details of the unclaimed body. And after this, we'll be going for embalming. We'll be shaving the body, embalming the body, tagging the body, and storing the body. Usually we use formalin fixatives. We will not do the soft embalming. Then after formalin fixation, we'll be storing in the tank. But in case of formalin fixation, because it is an unclaimed body, we don't know the cause of death, and there is actually a delayed embalming. So because of this, there is more chance of decomposition. So we usually use a fluid which is more stronger than average. Now, after the embalming is done, the people who are embalming the body, he has to prepare a document of embalming, that is the embalming note, and it has to be accompanied by a death certificate and details of the authorized officer who received the body. So these are the documents which are to be maintained and to be produced whenever the executive magistrate demands them. Now we have embalmed, we have stored the body. How do we utilize the body? We can use the body for dissection, prosection, surface anatomy, clinical procedures, and radiological anatomy. Now, why we are preferring the cadaver for the teaching? Because it has certain advantages. Only in the cadaver do we have this understanding of 3D arrangement of structures. And only in the cadaver we have the opportunity to see the anatomical variations. Not only that, the cadaver dissection also imparts emotional intelligence, situational awareness, professional behavior, compassion, personal feeling of love, and empathy towards the patient. So these are the qualities where the student acquires while dissecting the cadaver. And also the person will acquire fine motor skills and team-based learning. It will also inculcate, the cadaver dissection also inculcates certain ethical principles into the student, like justification versus the necessity of dissection and contrast between objectification and personification. So this is about UG teaching. After UG teaching, the body can be utilized for surgical skill training. If the body is found fit and fresh, it can be soft embalmed and can be utilized for surgical skill training. So this is a photograph showing the surgical skill training that happened in anatomy for hysterectomy, laparoscopic hysterectomy. And this is a liver resection workshop that we have done. And this is, of course, the workshop, surgical skill training workshop for laparoscopic GI surgeries. The unique advantage of cadavers is that the variations can be documented. So this comes under core anatomy research. So we can do this core anatomy research where we can document the variations which will benefit the surgeons. This core anatomy research also helps in designing the biomedical devices so that we can help the disabled persons. Now we have certain questions. What should we do regarding the unclaimed body if the body is a foreign national residing in India? This is one question we have to ponder upon. Now this is the case scenario that we discussed. What will be the further course of action? There is no near relative. The only contact will be the employer. He is not a authorized person who can claim the body, that is person who is legally in possession of the body. So what we have to do is we have to ask the patient, ask the employer who is employing the patient to give a legal affidavit saying that the employee does not have any near relatives and he has died in the hospital. So he is taking up the onus to claim the body. So that's what they have to do. So with this, I conclude the session. I thank Dr. Siddharth sir for giving me this opportunity to take part in this webinar. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ashekar. A very nice presentation, and it had resolved many issues relating to unclaimed bodies, especially with regard to the various anatomy acts, the academic and research utilities of unclaimed bodies. And I could see in the chat box that there are some suggestions and some questions. So should I read the questions?
So
there are certain questions.
Yeah. So what we are talking about? Good morning. So
Good morning.
Yeah. So actually, since we are sticking to the time, so what at the end of the session we'll have a panel discussion, sir. We have questions that various participants or delegates have put up in the chat box, and if they have any, they can put up in the WhatsApp group. So we are noting down the questions, sir. At the end of the session, at the end of the 4 sessions, we'll have the panel discussion.
Right.
Or else we can have 1 or 2 questions. 1 or 2 questions to decide, sir. The next speaker is ready. You can read out the question, sir. Kanagol, sir.
Yeah, there was a question from Dr. Umapati. What is the criteria to be tagged as unclaimed bodies, and how to explain the situation or component of autonomy is breached in unclaimed bodies? I think this would be the question which is more relevant from Dr. Umapati. Means criteria to be tagged as unclaimed bodies and how to explain the situation or component of autonomy is breached in unclaimed bodies.
So the criteria to tag the unclaimed bodies is that we have to wait for the prescribed time. So the prescribed time is once again 48 hours according to Anatomy Act and 72 hours according to police. So it's safe to say that we should wait for 3 days, that is 72 hours. That is point number 1. We have to wait for the people to come forward and claim the body. After this, we will actually try to initiate the procedure where we will try to investigate. The police will try to investigate and publicize the identification details to trace near relatives. This approximately takes 2 to 3 weeks time, practically speaking. Now, after attempts have been done, if there is nobody claiming the body, then we can categorically say this is an unclaimed body. So the time duration, practically speaking, it will take almost 3 weeks to 1 month. Then the second part of it, the component of autonomy is breached in unclaimed body. The autonomy of I don't get the question actually. Autonomy.
I could not get it. May I request Dr. Umapati to explain the question?
What I understand by autonomy, they're trying to say that in this case, the person has not been able to decide what will happen to his body. I think that is what Dr. Umapati means, if I'm right. Autonomy, generally, we mean that we will be able to decide for ourselves what needs to be done to us. But in this case, since it's an unclaimed body, the person would not have given a request for his body to be utilized after his death. So that I think that's what Dr. Umapati is meaning by autonomy, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, sir. So if that is the case, if the patient who has actually died when he was alive, if he did not explicitly convey his willingness to donate his body, that is unclaimed body, we are anyway utilizing the body. Who gives us the right to utilize the body? So answer for this is, once the patient dies, not only an unclaimed body, any patient who dies, the property of the body, the owners of the body, the ownership of the body goes to the state, that is the government. So government is acting in the through the Anatomy Act, and it is delineating what are all the steps to be taken. So automatically, in case of unclaimed body, the ownership of the body after death goes to the state, that is the government, and police are acting on behalf of government to handle the body, and they are taking the decision to donate the body to the medical college. So that will be the scenario.
With this, we conclude the session, and I must compliment Dr. Ashekar for very nice presentation. It was an excellent presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. You are not audible, sir.
Sir, no, sir. Sad. I'll speak from there. You speak this. Am I audible?
Yes, sir. Now you are audible.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I thank Dr. Rajsekhar for the first session. I also thank Dr. Vijay Paul Khanagwal sir for chairing the first session. So we'll move on to the second session. The speaker for the second session is Dr. Salis Moite. Sir will be speaking on ethical and legal dilemmas in handling unclaimed bodies. And for the chairperson for this session is Dr. Srimant Kumar Das. I hope sir is available. Dr. Srimant Kumar Das. Sir is a professor in HOD, Department of Forensic Medicine at AIIMS, Mangalagiri. So I would request Dr. Srimant Kumar Das sir to kindly introduce our second speaker of today's CME, Dr. Salis Moite sir.
Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Siddharth. Am I audible?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You are audible. You are visible.
Kindly, very good morning to one and all. And I have the privilege and rather an honor to introduce one of the most prominent and pan-India renowned forensic medicologist, Dr. Salis Moite sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
At present, he is a Dean, HBT Medical College and Dr. R.N. Cooper Hospital, Mumbai. He is having around 22 national and international publications in his credit. He was having holding the position of past President Medical Legal Association Maharashtra, Senate member and member of Board of Studies of MUHS, ex-member of Quality Assurance Committee for Maternal Mortality Cases of Mumbai districts. As a researcher, and he is having credits he is the faculty for Maharashtra Judicial Academy, faculty in Disaster Management course by MCGM and Mumbai University, speaker at various medical legal forums and member of various national and international associations. He is having a keen interest, especially in the area of violence against women and children. Sir, most welcome to the session, and it's now all for you.
Thank you for the introduction, Dr. Das. A very good morning to all of you. At the outset, I would like to thank the organizers for having given me an opportunity to speak at this forum. I'll start my talk now. The topic given to me is ethical and legal dilemmas in handling unclaimed bodies. All of us over so many years having practicing forensic medicine must have faced similar types of ethical and legal dilemmas. We need to see what do we mean by unclaimed bodies, what are the rules governing it, then we would go further. These are some of the pictures.
Sir, make it slideshow, sir.
Yeah.
Okay, sir.
Dignified burial for unclaimed. 207 bodies lying unclaimed in mortuaries since February 2021. So these are common things every year, at least from some hospitals, some pictures appear. Now there were heavy rains in Maharashtra and there were news which I saw where people had to carry the body wading through the water for performing the last rites. So these are some of the things that happen. Now in NHRC in India has given us guidelines how to uphold the dignity and rights of the dead. Though there is no specific law in our country which protects the rights of the dead, just as we have law protecting the rights of living, it is a duty of the state to protect the right of the deceased and prevent crimes against the dead body and ensure that dignity is given to the dead also. Some of the landmark cases where it has come out is one is the Paramanand Katara case versus Union of India, which recognized that fair treatment and dignity should be given not only when the person is alive, but also after his death. This is incorporated in Article 21. Unclaimed bodies are a trivial yet a vital group, as their dignified disposal causes legal and ethical challenges. Some of the challenges in the previous speaker also has pointed out. Since a long time, historical time, the dead have always been given a farewell in the most respected manner. It was believed that every corpse had a right to rest undisturbed and unmolested. In our country, if we are walking on the road or somewhere and a funeral passes by, you would find many people removing their shoes, bowing to the dead as a final tribute to the deceased person. These are some of the definitions. The previous session, it was asked what is the unclaimed body. Unclaimed under Section 2, subsection 5 of the Maharashtra Anatomy Act, amended, says that it is a body of a deceased who has no relative or whose body has not been claimed by any of his relatives within such period as prescribed. Section 5, unclaimed dead bodies to be used for therapeutic or anatomical examination. So it states that where a person under treatment in a hospital were established, investing or maintained by the state government or any local authority. Two types of hospitals. One is which are maintained by the government, and second is where it is the authorities. It is private and government hospitals, or the authorities in charge of such hospitals shall, with least practical delay, that is at earliest possible, should inform the authorized officer, and such officer shall then hand over the unclaimed body to the authorities in charge of approved institutions for any therapeutic purpose or for the purpose of conducting anatomical examination and dissection. Now, this is the international framework. Article 16 of Geneva Convention in 1949, it gives protection of the killed against ill treatment. A few years ago, we had our Indian soldiers who were killed in another country, and their heads, they were beheaded and sent. So protection of killed against ill treatment comes under Article 16 of Geneva Convention, 1949. Article 3A of 1990 Cairo Declaration on Human Rights, it prohibits such mutilation of dead body, and they should be kept in a dignified manner and handed over back. UN Commission on Human Rights 2005, it lays emphasis on dignified handling of human remains, their proper management and disposal. UN's Interagency Standing Committee's operational guidelines on human rights and natural disaster. It recommends to facilitate the return of remains to the next of the kin. All measures should allow possibility of recovery of human remains for future identification and reburial. So they should be buried in a proper manner. If there is doubt, they need to be removed, examined and reburial. The international humanitarian law states that ensure that graves are respected, properly maintained, and they should be marked in such a manner that they are easily recognizable and people can make use of it for its last rites. That was about international framework. Now let us see what our national framework provides. Supreme Court cases, High Court cases, IPC, and the Human Organ Transplantation Act. There are 4 points in it. In Supreme Court cases, Paramanand Katara, Union of India, I said in 1989, in which it is stated through Article 21 to maintain dignity of the dead. You have the Ashray Adhikar Abhiyan versus Union of India. And in this case, it came out, right to a decent cremation is not only of the known or of the rich, right to homeless people also to have a decent cremation. That too, according to his religion, which he followed when he was alive, is the duty of the state. We have certain High Court cases. S. Setu Raja versus Chief Secretary 2007, where the Madras High Court directed the government to bring the body from Malaysia and to give its last rites in the hometown and according to the religious customs of the person. In Ramji Singh and Mujib Bhaiya versus UP government, with this case, what came out was that all corpses or dead bodies should be treated with dignity and post-mortem to be resorted if it is absolutely essential to establish the cause of death and for other legal purposes. Third point in the national framework is our Indian Penal Code, 1860. The relevant sections related to dead bodies are section 297, 404, 499, 503. Points important are no one can trespass burial sites, funeral sites, take away bones or any other matter from them. As most of you are aware about the Human Organ Transplantation Act 1994, it guarantees the deceased person that his rights will be protected, his organs or tissues will be protected and will not be removed without his, her, or after death, the relatives' consent. So this is the national framework. Then we have the principles regarding protecting the right. So first and foremost is proper preservation and handling of dead, irrespective of caste, religion, gender. There should be no physical exploitation of the deceased. The deceased should be given a decent, timely burial, cremation. He should receive justice in death due to crime. Will left by the deceased should be honored. There should not be defamation after death and no breach of privacy. There are various stakeholders in maintaining dignity of the body. Now the roles and responsibilities of each stakeholder has been more or less defined. Common citizens of the country, their role is whenever they come across such unclaimed body as a result of accident or lying somewhere, it is their duty to inform the police. If the person appears to be injured or they are not sure whether he has passed off, then to call for ambulance. Many a times these dead bodies are used as baits. That is, we have seen people carrying the dead bodies, keeping it outside the police station, sitting on dharna. This is called using dead bodies as baits to get things done. So citizens should not involve in this. Now, such delay in handing of dead bodies, or because the body is kept over there, there is further decomposition. This leads to loss of dignity. This causes trauma to the relatives. The role of hospital administration related to unclaimed bodies is much, much more. First and foremost, identification. I remember in my career spanning more than 30 years, on 2 occasions at autopsy, I came across 2 such situations where a person with head injury was admitted. He became conscious after 2 or 3 days. He again became unconscious and died. The sad part in this was when he was conscious and alert, no one bothered to ask his name, his address, any contact number or person to whom he should contact. In government setup, in hospitals, doctors look towards individuals as cases. If you find in most of the wards, it is the junior most person who knows the name, or if the person is VIP. Otherwise, it is usually known by case. Is a case of fracture femur, is a case of head injury. So such things, hospital administration should look to it that all patients, unclaimed individuals, are treated respectfully and in a dignified manner. After the death of the individual in the ward, if it is a known person, the relatives are in a hurry to take the body and then therefore they would come to the administration. But in unclaimed person, there is no one waiting for him. So many a time there might be a delay in carrying the body because there is no relative. Certain paperwork needs to be done and there is no one to do the running around. Therefore, this might get delayed. The hospital should collect, when he is admitted, all the clothing, preserve it properly, hand it over to the police to be taken to forensic science laboratory, especially in case of crime. Collection and preservation of clothes, body contents, pocket contents are all important because many a times this person's body is disposed of by the police as unclaimed. And after 3 to 4 months, his near dear ones come searching for him into the city, and then they find that the body has been disposed. At times, the photographs might not be very clear, but the pocket contents, the small diary, the handwriting of which they would identify, or the content, therefore, or the clothes, these become important evidences for identification later on. Dignified manner of handling such unclaimed bodies is to put the bodies in body bags. While transportation of the body from the medical or surgical ward to the mortuary, the body should be properly covered. You can use trolleys with a hood whereby the body is well protected, it doesn't fall off, it is not visible to many. Storage of unclaimed bodies has always been a huge issue in most of the government setups. Reason being, though the police has been informed about the death of the unclaimed person, they too are overworked and might not come on time. All the papers have to be preserved properly. Timely intimations to be given to the concerned IO. The body should be properly labeled so that the label doesn't fall off. There are various methods. There could be a tag attached. There will be one more tag with a number attached when the body comes to the mortuary. The body is kept in a box where the box has a number. So these are 2 or 3 methods by which all these have to match. Then only you would say that this is X body which had come on that day. You can have separate boxes for unclaimed, but one should see that there is no piling. Many a time the boxes are full and the bodies would be on the floor. What is the way out? Is you can inform the concerned police station that the bodies have to be disposed of as fast as possible. The body should be kept in deep freezer, segregated sex-wise. Otherwise, many a times, at times it has happened and has appeared in media where male and female bodies were kept at one place, piled. Such Undignified manner of handling should not be there. Release of bodies, even of unclaimed, because what happens at time, the police might take to the nearest hospital, which is a private hospital, and then the question arises of payment of bills and question of release of the body. So no body should be withheld for want of or payment of bills. Valid license for use of unclaimed bodies for dissection, if available with the medical college, then these bodies are handed over for dissection to them. This would be the role of hospital administration. As doctors or medical practitioners, our role is to follow the ICMR guidelines given to us. In all these unclaimed bodies, role of forensic medicine is a huge one. Now, what is the role of forensic medicine? Is right from receiving till handing over the body. If autopsy has to be conducted, it has to be conducted in a proper manner, scientific manner, by qualified persons. You have to give justice to the unclaimed. So if he has died as a result of some criminal act, then one should keep in mind that this criminal act, what it was, to prove that all evidences should be preserved properly. There are a few cases in which I appeared where the body remained unclaimed till the last, but commission of crime was proven. Mortuary services, as I said, clean mortuaries, proper segregation, staff should be sensitized towards such unclaimed bodies. Once you train them at the initial stage that he is unclaimed and therefore we are responsible to treat him in a dignified manner. Once at the beginning, if trainings are taken or frequent trainings, and we can change the mindset of the people, there would not be many legal issues that would arise. Central or state government responsibilities is digitalization of data to provide 24/7 helpline in case of mass disasters where many unknown unclaimed bodies would come. To have a SOP for handling of such disasters. Making availability of postmortem facilities and equipments. That is the central and state government's duty. Many a times instruments might not be there, but it is the doctors of forensic medicine department who should write and procure such things. In cases of mass disasters, the chief minister is the incidents commander as per the Disaster Management Act of 2005. So he can waive off postmortems if all deaths are in a common event. Rules of local government for unclaimed bodies is maintenance of burial grounds, crematoriums, electrical crematoriums, organ donation, rules, regulations, transportation of dead, identification of the unidentified, maintenance of database. This would come under local government. The role of police will be to avoid delay in postmortems, dignified handling of dead bodies. Means while getting the body from the site to the PM room, also the police takes assistance of many people who might not be trained in a proper manner. So they should have proper body handlers for this purpose. Photographs should be taken by the police, but after cleaning the face, trying to restore as much as possible. Body bags should be used. Forensic kits, wherever possible, should be used. Role of family would be related to organ donation and death registration. Media, right to privacy and dignity. has to be maintained by the media also. What things should be shown and what not to be shown. The media should think sensibly before showing it to the general public. There should not be any derogatory remarks passed about the deceased person. Civil society organizations and NGOs, they can come forward to perform last rites of unclaimed and unattended. At the end of my presentation, I will show you a video of one such person from Mumbai who has been doing this. Till more than 2 decades ago, in city like Mumbai, there used to be Hindu Relief Committee, which was a social organization which would come forth and dispose of Hindu bodies, Muslim Relief Committee, Christian Relief Committee. These were the people, and they used to collect bodies of their community which were unclaimed and dispose them of. The police would assist them. Since these were known and recognized by the local authorities, it was very easy. Just as police hands over an NOC to the hospital authorities to hand over body to so and so relative, similarly over here the police would hand over in NOC to that particular NGO or to that particular person who wishes to dispose of the unclaimed body. Maharashtra Anatomy Act has other things, other sections. Section 5, subsection 2, that is if death occurs in non-government hospital, in prison, or no permanent place of residence and is unclaimed, then the authorized officer is reported and he takes charge. As per section 5A, body has to be placed in coffin, decently cremated or interred. Section 6 of the Maharashtra Anatomy Act, it says there is a punishment if someone obstructs an authorized officer from handing over, taking possession or removal of dead body, then the fine would be up to rupees 500. All these authorized officers are public servants. Therefore, whatever act done by them in good faith will not attract any suit, prosecution, or legal proceedings against them. By section 9 has authorized all of them to be deemed public servants. Section 7 says that duty of the police officer and other concerned officers to assist all officers of various departments like the police, the medical department, and the public health department. All officers and servants in employment of a local authority, all village officers and servants shall be bound to take all reasonable measures to assist the authorities and officers under this act to discharge their duty. As per this act, it is mandatory to wait for 48 hours as prescribed by the act. This time period may be insufficient, as the police might require more time to gather information, to pass on the information to the public, properly disseminated through newspaper, through websites, and the time is required for relatives also to access this information and reach the required place. But while it is justified by the police to extend the time frame, there is no upper limit prescribed for this. And therefore, many a times in city like Mumbai, we keep the body for 7 days before disposal. At times, it has happened that we have even kept bodies for up to 6 months. And in one case, I distinctly remember it was for 1 year because he was a foreign national. There were certain issues and Ministry of External Affairs was handling it. So it took almost 1 year for the local authorities to dispose of the body. The authority in charge of the hospital will inform the nearest officer and who will take charge of it. All bodies, as I've said previously, should receive decent cremation or interned in consecrated ground or in some public cremation or burial ground. If body is not claimed by anyone, then it is a state property. There are certain PILs that were filed, Vikas Chandra versus Bihar, for bad treatment of bodies being thrown in river by authorities. During COVID also, many bodies were found in rivers. Committee was constituted under Ministry of Home Affairs as directed by the Supreme Court, and various recommendations have come up through it. Prominent problem was outdated system regarding unclaimed. So we need to have a SOP and database of missing person, technological upgradations. Do the dead have rights? Yes, we have said the dead have rights in the previous, and all this is incorporated by in the various what we spoke about, the state framework. So section 29, 297, the ethical dilemma appears when the legal norms of the medical educational or the need for scientific research requires an invasive manipulation of the cadaver. The procedures of autopsy and dissection damage to the integrity of the dead person's body, and an apparently irreconcilable conflict appears between the need of these procedures on one hand and the right to personal physical integrity on the other hand. What do I mean is, after an autopsy, in autopsy you open certain parts of the body. After that you resuture the body and you hand it over in a dignified, proper manner. Whereas it is not so in case of dissection, where you dissect each and everything. So there is no restoration of body in case of dissection, but in case of autopsy, the body is restored. Majority of unclaimed bodies are as a result of natural deaths or suicides, thus stressing on poor social conditions which are responsible. Subjecting an unknown body to autopsy, even when cause of death is known, means causing unnecessarily mutilation and delay in disposal. One of the objectives of the autopsy is, though, to find out the identity. Cost of preservation, analysis of sample for DNA is an issue. Unclaimed body has potential infectious, however, they are subject to dissection in spite of knowing the facts. Human Organ Transplantation Act, Section 5 of the HOTA and Section Authority for Removal of Human Organs, who can give consent. So a dead body lying in a hospital or prison, which has not been claimed for a period of more than 48 hours, the authority can permit for removal of any of the organs. NGOs at most of the places perform last rites of unclaimed. Unclaimed dead of COVID-19 suspect or confirmed person shall be handled with due care and dignity, even if in case of all infectious bodies. So in city like Mumbai, what we had done is we had paid extra to all those people we hired for handling such bodies. All protective gear was given to them, vehicles were given, and we took care that even though infected, these bodies and unclaimed, these bodies were properly disposed of. Many a time the relatives did not come forth to claim the dead bodies in COVID, and therefore it was the responsibility of the state to dispose of in a proper manner. Many a time the relatives said that we do not wish to come. Mumbai is unknown, NGOs perform. What are the gaps in current practice, or what are the lacunae that are there? The photographs circulated through notices are of poor quality. The photograph is of poor quality, the paper used for printing is of poor quality. Therefore, it is not very easily recognizable. The photographs at time might be taken as it is without wiping of the face of the secretions of blood, etc. The photographs might be of decomposed body, therefore not recognizable by people. The biological samples preserved for DNA fingerprinting are kept in police stations, lockers, storages, where there might not be any facility properly. Fingerprints taken at mortuaries by police, many of you might be aware that very few police themselves take. It is mostly entrusted to the mortuary servants to take, and they aren't skilled for taking it. These are non-reproducible and are prone to distortion if not taken properly. These are some of the pictures how photographs are taken and not recognizable, and one place where how the police have stored various samples. We have spoken about roles and responsibilities already. Ethical issues arises between need of autopsy and right to personal physical integrity. Now, aims and objectives of medical legal autopsy and pathological autopsy, all of you are aware. In pathological autopsy, one needs to just find out what is the cause of death, whereas in medical legal autopsy, the list is too long. Identification, cause of death, time since death, investigations to be and samples to be collected to connect with the crime and criminal. Pathological postmortems a few years ago or a decade ago was a huge number. What is the role of pathological PM? Is to finalize or ascertain the cause of death, what are the additional findings, what other organs are involved in the disease process. These were the purposes of pathological PM. But with advancement in diagnostic facility, CT, MRI, other investigations, now the need of pathological PMs is not felt much, and therefore it is on the decline. Apart from dissection, permanent reserved dissected models or ADAM, that is animated dissection of anatomy for medicine. These are used in certain countries because of lack of cadavers, but cadaver dissection still remains the best. Improper attitude towards cadaver means showing disregard, not only to the deceased, but also to the near dear ones, and also an unfit moral ethical attitude towards the dead. In case of autopsy, body is restored and given to relatives, which does not happen over here. Medico-legal postmortem is important from a legal point of view. In a postmortem, it is legal compulsory, and wish not to be autopsied does not prevail in medico-legal cases. All the autopsy findings are confidential in nature. Professional secrecy persists even after death. Therefore, what should be maintained in the cause of death and certain things which need not be mentioned or are not related to cause of death should not be written in the cause of death, and professional secrecy should be maintained. Students' participation in medico-legal PMs is absolutely legal for teaching purposes. The best morally accepted cadaver source for dissection would be from a voluntary body donation. And that was one of the questions that was asked to the previous speaker. And this is the fundamental principle of autonomy is respected over here, because the person, when he was alive, has taken a voluntary decision to donate his body after death. And therefore, he has gone and pledged somewhere meaning in a medical college. Other sources is by donation by family, unclaimed cadavers, and those without families, in which principle of person's self-determination is violated. That means the deceased consent is taken for granted. Forensic cadaver should not be used for teaching purpose. Why? Because there are chances of a second PM might be asked. Therefore, these cases should not be used. After dissection, the cadaver can be further used legal way for preparing permanent models or preparing skeletons for teaching purpose. During dissection, one should be respectful towards the deceased. And this thing should be inculcated into the next generation of budding doctors. Students should be emphasized to pay respect to the dead body. This is the source of material through which we are studying. Some of the problems, legal issues, I would say, that have come forth is recently, about a year ago, one of the public representatives wrote to the corporation that during autopsy on female bodies, the bodies should not be handled by male PM attendants, but only by female PM attendants. During COVID, we faced a unique problem. The person got himself admitted, he was conscious, oriented in time, space person, got himself admitted. He gave a Aadhaar card, which did not belong to him. And as many of us know, that the photographs of the Aadhaar do not many a times match with how we look now, because they are taken some years ago. We have changed, or those photographs could be clean shaven and now I've grown my beard. There are various issues by which one cannot identify. And many a times when someone asks us for Aadhaar, we give the Aadhaar, no one verifies it is us as far as the name matches. Only place I have found where Aadhaar card and you or the photograph on the Aadhaar and your face is thoroughly matched is at the airports. So in this case, after the death of the person, the information was given by the investigating officer to the relatives. The relatives said that this person is alive and staying at so and so place. Now there was a legal dilemma for us as to how to dispose of the body. The person whose Aadhaar card was there, identity was being used, is a living person. Stealing of ornaments and valuables of dead during transportation, mobile stolen, were common things that many a times happened with these unclaimed bodies. And these cause hindrances in identification of the relatives or some other contact through whom we can hand over the body to the rightful claimant. Many a time, poor people do not take the bodies because of overcharging by hearses. We have seen some tragic things like whereby the people have left the bodies, or since there were no hearses, not affording, they carried it on their shoulders or dragged the bodies to the crematorium. At many places, there are no proper roads, no crematoriums, or floods and other issues cause difficulty in reaching the crematorium. So these are some of the things that would occur. In conclusion, unclaimed bodies are on the rise, especially in metropolitan cities, because of unemployment, increased migration of population. Another thing is frequent change of phone numbers. Therefore, we cannot contact many a time the relatives. Exact where of the individual may be unknown to the family members, especially if it is a migrant population doing jobs at construction sites or in fields of someone. It is recommended to frame proper guidelines for disposal of unclaimed bodies so as to handle the legal and ethical concerns. These are some of the other recommendations: specific legislation to protect the rights, sensitization of staff working at funeral sites. They should be given confidence by giving safety equipment and facilities to protect them. Then they would come forth and handle the bodies in a dignified manner. encouraging use of electric crematoriums, no piling of bodies, mass burial cremation not to be allowed, curb arbitrary charges, staff handling dead to be protected, they should be fairly paid, state to perform last rites claimed of relatives, use of apps for allocation of crematorium, thereby saving time. These apps we used during COVID time, whereby all the crematoriums, burial grounds were connected. Otherwise, there used to be a huge queue. The bodies had to be kept over there for a long time. Relatives had to wait for a long time. So with the use of these apps, we used to come to know which place there is no queue or of the waiting list is small. This is how we can hasten the process. This is one video which I said I will present at the last.
Sir, sound not coming, sir. Sir, Mohite sir, sound is not coming.
1 minute.
No, sir. No sound, sir.
No sound?
No sound. You can explain, sir, a little bit.
Yeah, I can explain. He is Mr. Kishore Bhatt. You can see that he runs a small shop and out of his earnings, he uses to dispose of all unclaimed bodies. And not only that, you can see he's doing all the rights of all unclaimed bodies as if it was his some near dear ones. All the police in the city call him up whenever they want to dispose of any unclaimed body. He doesn't merely pay, but goes and does everything as if he is a relative. See, he is now lighting the pyre. So there are individuals in the society who come forth. They are not NGOs, but they themselves are NGOs. They are helping in all possible ways to people of all caste, creed. Even if a Muslim body is given to him, he might not know what are the rituals, but he will get a person who will do all his last ritual rites. He will bear all the cost. For his such a deed, he was awarded by Hindustan Times as Citizen of Mumbai. Award, such awards are given every year. So he was given in one of the years. You can see the amount of effort he takes to dispose of. So you can see the humanity of this person towards other unclaimed people. So thank you, friends. That is it. If any questions, I can take that.
Thank you, Mohite sir, for your lucid and in detail, very clearly explained regarding the topic ethical and legal dilemmas in handling unclaimed bodies. However, few questions are there, and if the organizers they permit, they can be asked to the speaker. Otherwise, it can be discussed in the panel discussion.
So, we can take 1 or 2 questions.
Okay.
1 or 2 questions.
One question is there, like, sir, is there any provision to utilize Aadhaar UIDAI services in unidentified dead bodies?
There is no such provision to use Aadhaar. Even I had that thing that if there is Aadhaar, you can easily identify a person. But I only told about one case where the person brought someone else's Aadhaar, and then so it is not, and government has not allowed use of Aadhaar data.
Okay, sir. One more question is there. Can the organs be taken and preserved for academic purposes in unclaimed bodies? What issues arise in that case?
No, if it is an unclaimed body and legally it has been handed over as per Bombay Anatomy Act, then there is no issue. As I said, these bodies can be used for dissection, the parts can be taken, organs can be preserved, skeletons can be preserved for teaching undergraduates. So there are no issues about it once the act has been followed.
So thank you, sir.
Thank you.
There are a few questions and hand it over to the organizers. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mohit sir, for that excellent.
Yeah, thank you.
It was clear and a very authoritative presentation. I also thank Dr. Sumant Kumar Das sir for chairing the session. So with this, friends, we come to the end of the second session. We will just have a short break and we will again gather together after 10-15 minutes. So kindly be there. Thank you once again. We'll meet after 10-15 minutes. Thank you.
जाणार की काय म्हणून मी पोळ्या नाही बनवून ठेवल्या म्हटलं जाऊ जाऊ कुठे जायचं काहीच नव्हतं संध्याकाळी सगळं तोडून टाकलं सगळं अंधार झाला तर चांदीच्या एरियामध्ये स्ट्रीट लाईट कमी सगळ्यात ते म्हणजे मुळीच नाही आहे पाडायचं आहे ना ते तारीख नाही आहे त्याच्यावरनं जे इलेक्ट्रिक केबल जात होते आहे ना 9 सप्टेंबर जात होते ते सगळं प्रेस विल बी क्लोज फॉर अनसर्टिफिकेशन अँड देयर विल बी नो एडिशन उद्या नाही येणार प्रेस विल बी सुट्टी आहे नुकसान नाही होणार कारण नुकसान तर आहेच मग बाकी लोकांना पुन्हा तिकडकेच राहतात याकडे पाण्याची पाईप जातोय याला इलेक्ट्रिक केबल जातं तर त्यांना पुन्हा कसं देणार ते काढूनच तर ब्लास्ट करतात नाश्ताही काही बनवत नव्हती तुम्हारो रिसॉर्ट बुक करवाया था कुछ करते काही चालला गेला तर त्यावेळी 12 तारखेला आपण विचार केला होता पण ते तुटणार आहे त्याला एकदा गोष्टी करून का ना झालं का नाही तुम्ही बुकिंग सांगा आपली नाही तर शेवटचं होता गेलं कारण बुकिंगची डेट सांगा फायनल नक्की आपल्या करतच नाही मग ते चालल्या जातो ना रूम चालले जातो आता विचारून पहा किंवा खाली आता 15 पर्यंतच झाल्या तोडफोड आहे ना सध्या त्या बाजूला आता जायला तिथे कुठं अवघड होईल त्याला हा कारण सांगू नाही तर ते तर आता 15 पर्यंतच फक्त आज 9 झाली औसत 15 पर्यंत
வருதா? ஹலோ. நம்ம மனசாட்சியே இல்லாம சண்டே ஒரு நாள் வெளியே போயிட்டு வரும்னு சொன்னவொடனே சண்டே மார்னிங் ட்ரெயின் பிடிச்சி இங்க வாங்கடான்னு நம்மளை சொல்றாரு பாருங்க.
हाँ भाई आ गए क्या? हाँ 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 अच्छा मोशन की चिंता मत करो, मोशन की चिंता मत करो, मोशन हो जाएगा। मोशन की चिंता मत करो, मोशन हो जाएगा। तुम बात कर क्या है? संगत नहीं है क्या निकाला?
Hi, Dr. Siddharth.
Hello.
Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Good morning, sir.
Very good morning.
Welcome back, everyone. So we'll be starting the third session. The speaker for this session is Dr. Sujit Parameshwaran. Sir is currently working as a professor in the Department of Nephrology in JIPMER, Pondicherry. And he has been very passionately and closely associated with this organ transplantation for a very long time. Sir has seen the journey, so it would be very interesting to hear it from Sir, the experience of JIPMER he'll be sharing. And for this session, I request Dr. Ashok Chanana sir to kindly chair the session. Dr. Chanana is a professor and HOD at the Department of Forensic Medicine, Chirpuni Medical College, Pathankot, Punjab. Sir has got a vast experience in the field of forensic medicine. Sir has recently only sir has retired, to the best of my knowledge. So that makes around more than 30 to 35 years of service in this. Chanana sir to kindly introduce our guest speaker, Dr. Sujit Parameshwaran.
Good morning, everybody. It is my privilege to introduce Dr. Sujit Parameshwaran, who is professor of nephrology in the Department of Nephrology at JIPMER. He is a highly qualified person having multiple degrees like MD, DNB, as well as DM from PGI Chandigarh. He is also a nodal officer of National Organ and Tissue Transplant Organization of the same institution. He has 81 papers to his credit, and he has contributed 11 chapters in the prestigious books. And he has many firsts to his credit. He started Department of Nephrology at JIPMER, and he established living and diseased donor organ transplantation program in the same institution, as well as dialysis program and DM nephrology and BSc in Allied Health Sciences dialysis technology program. He has a special interest in kidney transplantation, dialysis regarding quality and safety, then chronic kidney diseases of unknown origin, as well as nepropharmacology. Now I hereby present Dr. Sujit in front of the audience. Thank you very much.
Good morning, sir. Thank you, sir, for the very kind introduction. And I would also like to thank Dr. Siddharth and his team for asking me to be part of this conference and share with you our experience on disease donor transplantation. And specifically, I was interested in this because of the very important role the Department of Forensic Medicine has been playing in the scheme of things when it comes to the disease donor transplantation program here. So what I'll try to do over the next 30 minutes or so is to give an overview of the need for disease donor transplantation program and why we started one and how we went about doing this in a government institution and what difference it has made to the patient care, as well as briefly about what is the role the Department of Forensic Medicine and its faculty and residents have played in helping in running this program. So what is the need for having organ transplantation program or disease donor transplantation program as such? We know that there are a huge number of transplants happening. So in India, this is the data from the Global Observatory, where every nation is supposed to submit our data. More than 10,000 organ transplant operation happened in 2018 in India, and this is second only to USA. But data from China is not there, so it's possible that China does more. But then in available data, India does the second maximum number of organ transplants. And out of these 10,000, approximately 9,000 are kidney transplantation operations. And if you look at it, 85% of these are from living donors. Only around 10-15 happens from deceased donor. If you look at the patients waiting for kidney transplant in India, there is no national data available. I took from individual states' website where it is available. This is about 2 months back. It was 6,000 odd in Tamil Nadu, 1,700, 1,800 in Kerala. Telangana is for those. So this is just 3 states, southern states, where the waiting number of people who are waiting on dialysis for kidney transplant is exceeding 10,000. Whereas in an year, all over India, we are doing only around 9,000. And there is an estimation of the incidence of end-stage renal disease, where that is kidney failure requiring dialysis or transplant, based on a study from community-based study in Bhopal, that approximately 2 lakh people develop kidney disease every year. This doesn't include the people who develop kidney disease and remains on dialysis or after transplant. This is new onset kidney failure requiring dialysis or transplant every year is 2 lakh. So that is quite huge. And if you look at the number of people getting transplant, it is only 9,000, only a very small fraction. So obviously there is more need for transplantation services in our country. So the estimation is that around 2 lakh kidneys, 50,000 heart and liver are needed for kidney for transplantation, heart transplant, liver transplant and all in India. And every 5 minutes, one patient is dying from kidney failure. So approximately 290 people are dying every day in India from kidney failure, unable to access dialysis and transplantation services. And we also know that, I'm sure from being from the forensic community, you know that we are probably the world capital for road traffic accidents. The numbers are very high if you calculate per million population, and it is estimated that around 1.5 lakh brain dead patients are there every year, which can be considered potential donors for organs. And if at least 10 or 15% of these brain dead people are considered for organ donation, or the consent for organ donation, practically all the organ requirement in our country will be met. But we know that that is not happening. If you look at the transplantation activities in JIPMER, I'm showing this for a reason. The super specialty services started in around 12 years back. That is when JIPMER historically didn't have many super specialty services. Neurology, CTVS, urology and all were there, but majority of the department came in 2009 and 2010. We had the first inspection because kidney transplantation requires permission from the government. Being a union territory, it is the DGHS who is authority, and we had our inspection in March 2011, and we got the license in 2011 itself. And on 3rd March 2012, so 2 years after the super specialty department, including nephrology, started, we did our living donor kidney transplant. And approximately 2 years later, in December 2013, we did our first disease donor kidney transplantation, and subsequently we have renewed our license every 5 years. COVID-19 was a setback to this. If you look at the number of transplants done so far, it is 254, including living donor as well as disease donor kidney transplant. And if you look at it, the disease donor is 94, which is accounting to around 40% of kidney transplant done in JIPMER, which is very different from any government or private hospitals you will see in India, except for the exception of PGI in Chandigarh. I'll come back to this, and I'll come back to the reasons later on. And if you look at the living donor who donated kidney in at JIPMER, out of 154, I'm showing the data. Vast majority are the mother and the wife, okay, and rarely sister, and very rarely the husband. So primarily 80% of the kidney donors are women, and 80% of the kidney recipients are men. We know that the number of siblings and parents and all are limited. So the possibility of getting a living donor for donation is difficult. Even if somebody is there, they are usually not very keen to donate. But in addition to that, even if you have a donor, we did an audit of the living kidney donor process in our center when we completed around 100 living donor transplant. And the point I wanted to make is when more than 300 living kidney donor were registered for donation, the actual transplant which happened during that time was only 101. So only 1/3 end up donating. 1/3 of them become unfit due to various reasons, either recipient related factors or donor related factors. So the bottom line is that, first of all, it is very difficult to identify a living donor because the law requires that it has to be a near relative. Near relative is first degree relative or the spouse. If that is not there, then it is very difficult to do transplant in India right now. And when you identify such a person and his group is matching, preliminary workup is normal, even then only 1/3 result in transplantation, 2/3 the donor becomes unfit or the recipient becomes unfit. Again, emphasizing the need for, if we have to do significant number of transplants or we want to expand the number of transplant, then we have to look at options other than living donors. And the natural thing is to increase the deceased donor transplants in India. So it is not that the number has not increased. From, if you look at the last decade, the number has actually increased. In the first half of 2012 to 2015 itself, the donation rate increased. I don't have the latest national donation rate, but it is more than 1 right now, which is an improvement over the baseline, which was very dismal, but this is again far from what is desirable. In addition to the number of donations, number of cadaver donations available, there are other concerns as well. If you are involved with this thing, you will realize that, especially the kidney transplant living donor, as well as this is especially true for the deceased donor transplant, happens predominantly in private sector hospitals. The contribution from government hospitals, even though living donor has always been there, the proportion is less, but for cadaver transplant, it is almost non-existent. This has an implication on who can get the kidney. If organ harvesting is happening only in corporate sector hospitals, vast majority of our population will be deprived of deceased donor transplant. Right. So there has to be enabling provisions in organ sharing rules. This was started by Tamil Nadu. So there are rules which mandates that when organ harvesting happens in private hospitals, kidneys has to be shared with government hospitals. Okay, so the point I'm trying to make from this part of my session is that there is gross need for organ donors. Living donor alone is there, but then the scope for expansion is very limited. And the natural expansion, there's a scope, there's a potential for brain dead donation because the number of brain deaths happening seems to be huge. And there is a need for expanding these disease donor services. I would say especially so in government hospital, because most of the accidents invariably, I would believe, tend to land up in government hospitals. So once when people talk about improving deceased donor organ transplant, most of the people, what I have learned in my experience, they think that it is a lack of awareness. If you go and talk to people, if you have more movies and videos and radio programs, then the donation rate will increase, which I believe is, I strongly believe it is wrong. Because even if you, the awareness, especially in southern part of the country, Tamil Nadu, Kerala, Andhra, and all is quite good. But even when donation awareness is there, unless there is a place where brain death certification can be done, the brain dead patient can be maintained, organ procurement can be done, it can be transplanted, then this is not going to happen. So developing infrastructure, training medical professionals, putting system in place, that's what I'll be talking to you in next, say 10-20 minutes. Especially in hospitals with a large burden of head injuries, irrespective of public awareness activities, is expected to improve disease donor transplantation, and there are multiple literature on this thing also, and that is exactly what we try to do at JIPMER through our disease donor transplantation program. So I'll run through briefly how we went about starting this in JIPMER. So in the first phase, once we started the living donor transplant in 2012, then itself it struck me that the number of donors available are quite low. If we have to substantially increase the transplantation happening, we need to work on the disease donor part. So at that point, I'm also sure you all know that transplantation is very tightly regulated by rules. There's a Transplantation of Human Organ Act, which was enacted in 1994. Subsequently, it has been amended twice. Last was in 2014, and it legalizes the brain death in India and all. So, but in Pondicherry, there was no rule. This is passed by the parliament. The states are supposed to bring out rules. So there was no disease donor program in Pondicherry at that point of time. For brain death certification, there has to be a panel of neuro specialists, neurosurgery and intensivist notified by the competent authority, which is DGHS for Pondicherry. For other states, it is the health department, which is not there in Pondicherry. Then we can't randomly allot organs. So there has to be waiting list and there has to be rules for organ allocation, how we will allocate organs. And suppose we have a brain dead patient and we don't have a recipient, how to share organs, whom to give, either in Pondicherry or when you don't have in Pondicherry, at that point of time, nobody else was doing transplants here. So if we give to Tamil Nadu, whom to give? In Chennai, there are so many hospitals. So these are issues which we need to address before we actually go about doing the thing. So first we had because the general awareness in our institution itself was low, we went about organizing CME programs involving the neurologists, neurosurgeons, and the general hospital administration and all. And then we formed an informal group of faculty members, the people who are stakeholders in the transplant as well as brain certification and also nephrology, uro, surgical gastro, neurosurgery, neurology, anesthesiology, and critical care. So we have formed an informal group. We started discussing how to go about and all, and then we started working on documents. We prepared a standard operating procedure for brain death certification. Because this is very crucial. This is subject to scrutiny. And if you are aware, if you are aware of what happened in Kerala with regard to the brain death certification and disease honor program, things went to court and they found fault with brain death certification. And also, one of the first things we did was to make a SOP for brain death certification, primarily by the neurologists, neurosurgeons, neuroanesthesiologists. And we made a document which can be used at the bedside, even if somebody is not familiar with certifying. Even if somebody is not familiar with certifying, if he uses this document, he'll be able to certify brain death at GMR. Okay, and this was followed by other document, medical legal formalities for brain death certification, organ procurement, and organ allotment. Tamil Nadu already had some government orders, and also we recommended. I'm sorry, there was some disturbance. So then we went about notifying the panel of brain death certification by DGHS. So we got a panel of neurologists, neurosurgeons, and physicians from JIPMER notified by DGHS for doing brain death, a formal brain death certification for the purpose of organ procurement. So that was the preparations we did, and then we went about preparing a waiting list. This is easy because there was a huge number of kidney failure patients coming to our OPD. We framed organ allocation rules. Practically, we decided to allocate organs based on seniority on registering. For kidney transplant, we need to do a cross match between the deceased donor and the recipient. That facility is not available in JIPMER or anywhere in Pondicherry. So we outsourced it to a private lab and made sure that they will offer these services 24/7, because most of the time this happens at odd hours. And certain drugs and other things which were essential were procured and stocked, like thymoglobulin, organ perfusion solutions, etc., were stocked. Then the first event happened on December 5th, 2013. There was a call from the duty neurosurgeon. On 4th December, there was a person who met with a two-wheeler accident in the town. And he apparently had some idea about organ donation, and in his conversation at home, he had mentioned his willingness to donate organs in case something happens to him, to the wife. So the wife actually volunteered to donate his organ when she was told that he is brain dead. So we conducted the formal brain death certification and other medical legal formalities. Kidneys and corneas were procured and transplanted at JIPMER, both kidneys and both corneas. And this was the first instance of organ procurement and transplantation from a deceased donor in the Union Territory of Puducherry. Living donor transplants were happening even before in JIPMER as well as in the general hospital. Following this, when this was going on the very next day, there was another brain dead patient in the casualty who was seeing all these activities going on, and then his son also came forward for donation, and we harvested both kidneys and corneas, and we undertook the transplant. But by doing this, we realized that there are numerous challenges in organizing these things, and we had something we call a debriefing meeting, and it was decided by the medical superintendent and the director and all that we will have an institutional mechanism to make sure that the program is sustained and we do it in a streamlined manner. This was one reason was that there were no rules here. So if we harvest liver, then we'll be sharing it. So for that, they wanted to make sure that there's a committee sort of thing here to protect the people who are working on this, because we can have all sort of complaints from the public as well as the media. So the next phase was streamlined. This is one organization structure was put in place. The director is overall in charge of the disease donor transplant program, and he directly supervised it. That time, the director was also very interested in this, so that served as a very big push for our program. The medical superintendent was supposed to directly supervise the nodal officer as well as the disease donor transplantation committee. This committee had multiple members from various transplant as well as allied departments, including the forensic medicine department. And there was a team of critical care. This is basically from anesthesia and critical care to manage the brain dead patient. A team of transplant coordinators who were formally trained, who will counsel brain dead patients' family members for donation, as well as coordinate all the brain dead certification, organ harvesting, organ sharing activities. And there was a panel of doctors for brain dead certification, which we had already notified. And this is the workflow in JIPMER for brain death certification and transplantation. Usually the patient is a patient with severe or irreversible brain injury. Most of them are road accidents. I would say 95% are road accidents. There are few fall from heights and all. The emergency duty resident or the neurosurgeon informs the transplant coordinator. There's a 24-hour mobile number. The coordinators then verifies the medical status that patient is potentially brain dead, and then gives grief counseling to the patient. And if they are willing, takes a preliminary consent to proceed with brain death certification. The donor is then transferred to the CCU, where the donor management team takes over the management, because they are usually hypothermic, hypotensive, and some patients have AKI, and also they need intensive care. And then we go about the brain death certification. As you may be aware, there are two sets of tests to be done at 6 months, 6 hours interval. The first set of tests is done, and then we have 6 hours time. During that time, we go about other activities. Like, for example, we have to get the recipients ready. So the transplantation team in kidney, liver, and all are informed so that they can prepare the patients. We send a request to the police inspector as well as the medical superintendent office, as well as the other medical legal formalities for doing inquest, because most of them are medical legal cases. And once the second certification is completed, the police inquest is done. And after this, the forensic medicine, the forensic surgeon here gives his accent for organ removal. And then the donor is shifted to the operation theater. By that time, the recipients are also usually ready, and we will go ahead with the organ procurement and transplantation in the operation theater. So medical superintendent is directly supervising the program. A faculty member with the domain expertise in the field of transplantation was appointed nodal officer. I had some experience when I was doing DM nephrology at Chandigarh itself, because we had a disease donor program even at that point of time. And we have teams for organ brain death certification and coordination. All those things are done. We have a team of transplant coordinators appointed in 2015. Till that time, myself and one of my dialysis technicians were running the program. And the transplant coordinators underwent formal training under NOTO at Safdarjung, where they till COVID started, they had an annual transplant coordinator training program, and they are certified. Forensic medicine department was an integral part right from the beginning, because of the formal procedure needs involvement of the forensic surgeon here. These are the various circulars forming the disease donor. First, the committee was disease donor kidney transplantation committee. You are seeing the then faculty in charge of forensic medicine there, and subsequently in 2018, the committee was reconstituted, and the forensic medicine head of department was part of this. And in December 2021, consequent to retirement and other things, we reconstituted the committee, and the head of department of forensic medicine is remaining a integral part of this disease donor transplantation committee, which supervises, frames rules, and largely make sure that things are running well at JIPMER. What is the reason forensic medicine is deeply involved in this program? So as part of the brain death certification, organ procurement and sharing, there are multiple documents which we prepare. Like, for example, there's a police intimation letter which we do after the first certification. After the second certification is what patient is legally dead, brain dead, which is legal death in India. So at the time of first certification itself, we send an intimation to the concerned police station where the accident happened, requesting him to come at the time of second certification, so that the inquest can be done quickly before the body is, the patient is, the donor is shifted to the OT. that there is something called an organ functional status certificate. The medical superintendent is supposed to give organ retrieval forms showing what all organs are harvested. But what I wanted to make a point was this one. We inform the forensic medicine department because, as we all know, we are certifying the patient dead. Okay, according to the law, after 1994 to the Transplantation of Human Organ Act, before that only cardiac death was legal in India. The 1994 Transplantation of Human Organ Act is the law which legalized brain death as formal death in India. And in that, after the second certification, actually after medical legal, in medical legal cases, once the patient is dead, my understanding is that the body is under the custody of the police. It is no longer under the custody of the medical team. So what is happening is we are declaring brain dead, which the patient is dead, and the cardiac activity is maintained on ventilator and inotropes and all. And then we are removing organs from this dead person. So that requires the permission of the police. Otherwise, they can, if they are completely in the dark, they can come and ask who authorized you to remove the organ, why this was removed. That questions can come. So legally, we are required to take permission of the police, which in my understanding, they will do only after they do an inquest. Earlier in the beginning, we had difficulty in convincing that this patient is actually dead. They used to say that this patient is not dead because the heart is running. You inform us when the patient is dead. What they mean is the heart stops. After that, we can't take the organ. So that is largely sorted out now because people are mostly familiar. The second thing is whether in a case of medical legal case, if any of these organs are needed for autopsy purpose, for medical legal purpose for the forensic team. So for that, we need a authorization from the forensic surgeon that it is okay to remove this organ and that is not necessary from the medical legal point of view. So this involves and there's more things in which the forensic medicine department is involved. So without the permission from the police as well as the forensic surgeon, we can't proceed with organ procurement. And once we do the organ procurement, the autopsy has to happen. So if you normally what happens when the patient is dead, either in the OT or in the ward, the patient is shifted to the mortuary. And usually the autopsy is done the next day morning. But here it is time sensitive because the organ procurement process itself delays things for almost a day. And the family, once they are told that the patient is dead, they start preparing for funerals and all, despite being told. So we need to hand over the body as soon as possible. So in JIPMER, I should appreciate the help from our forensic medicine colleagues right from beginning. We have been doing autopsy in the operation theater itself, which I think is a huge thing because the shifting, handing over and all is not required. The team used to come to the operation theater and do the autopsy there itself, which I understand is difficult for their staff to do, but still that was happening. And the other thing, even before if my information is correct, the actual rules came into place. Autopsy was done at night. The Pondicherry police used to object to it. They used to say that it should not be done. But the Tamil Nadu police was okay with this. So most of our donations were from Tamil Nadu police station. So we used to have autopsies. So operation happening at night, operation happening in the operation theater. And there were instances where especially one case where I had suspicion that it was actually a case of homicide, not really accidental. So I requested the faculty whether we have to be more careful. And he himself came at middle of the night at 1 o'clock. This autopsy was done. And these things are, I think, unusual in a government setup. So we are grateful. The Disease Donor Transplantation Program is grateful to the support we are getting from the forensic medicine team in our institution. There are other legal formalities involved which are not relevant. So we document how the brain certification was done, how the organ allocation was done in a stepwise manner, so that there is absolute clarity on who the eligible person is actually getting the organ. So following this, so we had a program running, we had some institutional mechanism to run the program, and this resulted in other things. So we realized that we are able to do kidney, but liver, heart and all were going waste, and it has to be shared. So we thought that it is best that we start utilizing it in JIPMER itself. So a multi-organ procurement committee was constituted. separate from the disease owner committee, and they went about establishing facility for liver, hand, and heart transplant. Heart transplant has not yet happened, but liver and hand transplantation has happened in Jibmar. So I'll briefly give you the statistics of the kidney transplant. So total of 254 transplant. There's actually 256 now. Last 2 weeks, so we have done other living donor. Out of this, 94 are deceased donor. The numbers were quite okay till 2020 COVID happened. After that, this year the numbers have started picking up again. We have recipients mostly from Tamil Nadu. This is consistent with the general patient population coming to Jibmar. Majority are from Tamil Nadu, followed by Pondicherry, and then West Bengal and Kerala. Some of them did get the deceased donor transplant also. So there is no state-wise restriction in organ allocation at Jibmar. And this gives the transplant outcomes. How many of them are still alive? So out of 254, 173 patients are still alive, and some of them have died, and some of them have lost graft and are back on dialysis. Organ shared from Jibmar. So we have harvested 11 hearts, 3 pairs of lungs, 14 liver, 91 kidney. And out of this, 4 liver were shared. Some others were transplanted in Jibmar itself. 11 heart or heart valves, 3 pairs of thing. All of them went to Tamil Nadu or to Hyderabad from Jibmar. So this in turn resulted in expansion of other transplantation programs. So hand transplantation is something which used to happen only in Kerala. In Amrita Hospital was the first hospital and the only hospital to do hand transplants in India till 2017. So once we started working on it, our team went there for seeing how this is done. And following this, on August 2nd, 2017, first time both hand transplant was successfully performed at a public sector hospital in India. So Jibmar was the first government hospital to do this. This was followed by hand transplants in Chennai as well as in Bombay subsequently, but numbers are still low. We have done total of 3 pairs of hand transplant in Jibmar. Liver transplant also started in 2017 because living donor transplant is difficult to do. So most of them start with deceased donor. We had already a running program. So far they have done 11 deceased donor liver transplant and 1 living donor transplant in Jibmar. And you may be aware that very few government hospitals perform liver transplant in India, except for Stanley Hospital in Chennai and Jibmar now. So challenges faced, we had quickly, the emergency and neurosurgery services are, like in any government hospital, overwhelmed in Jibmar also. So there will be people who are who require ICU care, who is still in the ground floor on Ambu. Even if the patient is brain dead, there is no way we can go to the family and talk to them about organ donation when we feel that they are not getting proper treatment, baseline treatment. Baseline is that they should be in ICU, they should be on a ventilator, should be taking care of them. Without that, talking to them about brain death certification just doesn't make sense. So we don't do that. That if the neurosurgery services, the emergency services are expanded, I'm not saying that it is under now, but our volumes are too huge. There is shortage of workforce at every level, be it transplant coordinator, faculty, resident. So this is something which is holding back our program in a big way. Police procedure related issues are there. One peculiar issue what we face is, I'm sure you'll be familiar with this. When an accident happens and the inquest has to be done, as per the current rules, the concerned police station, the police has to come. So what happens in Jibmar and similar institution is that people from far and wide will come here for treatment. Head injury might have happened in 100 kilometers or 200 kilometers from here. They come here for neurosurgery treatment. And when they are brain dead, we want the police to come from that police station to do certification for doing inquest, which I'm sure you will know that is difficult. For us, if forensic surgeon calls them, they may come quickly. But when person like me or the medical team calls them, they are reluctant to come. They may come late, which delays. There were instances where it was delayed for more than a day to do certification. So these are issues which require a larger legal effort to sort out. So the other thing which I briefly wanted to mention was the motive. In a government institution like this, ours, where there is no payment, there is no fees paid for services, the brain death certification panel, the forensic team, or anybody involved, they don't get even duty off. Okay, they are eligible, but most of them, because of lack of personnel, they don't end up even getting duty off leave alone getting any additional financial remuneration or anything. So I think it is unrealistic to expect that a program like this, which requires a lot of effort, where you have to come out of duty hours, you can extra commitment to be part of this and to run this. This can be run on goodwill alone. So I strongly believe that there has to be some incentive, there has to be a mechanism. It is difficult in government. In private, it is easy. In government, there has to be an incentive mechanism for incentivizing people involved so that the program can run well. So this is the team which did the first 2 pair of transplants. This is the wife of the first donor, and this is son of the second donor. This is the transplant surgeon. This is our director. This was the medical superintendent. This is myself, and this is that our forensic medicine head HOD at that point of time. You are seeing the dean. You are seeing the entire team of anesthesia, nurses, transplant coordinators, residents. And we do this every year to honor the families. Every year in December, we have a program where we call the families who donated their dear ones' organs and honor them. The director, MS and all, will be there in the program every time. We do organ awareness programs on radio, TV, in and around Pondicherry and Tamil Nadu. We go to schools to improve awareness. So I don't mean that awareness is not needed, but my point is that awareness is not enough to have a disease honor program. This is the first hand transplant team. The daughter and her husband to be felicitated by the central government in the organ donation day in Delhi. In conclusion, what I would say is that it is possible. There is a dire necessity for having disease honor program, and our experience shows that it is possible to have a successful disease honor program in a public sector, provided there is administrative intent and there is a small team of people who are motivated and who are committed to this program, and the departments come together in we have been getting immense help from anesthesiology, forensic medicine I already mentioned. If that is possible, that coordination is happening, it is easy to do disease honor transplantation program despite the challenges. That's all I wanted to share today. Thank you once again for having me on this program. I am happy to take any questions anybody may have. Thank you.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Srijit, for a very lucid and elaborate talk, which was very clear. And as there is no question put by anyone, I think everybody has understood it very well. Sir, my query is there, the organ which you are taking from the dead bodies, these dead bodies are only of accidental deaths, roadside accidental deaths in that disease donor program?
Most of them are road traffic accidents, sir. Most of them are two-wheelers without helmet and all. Out of this 91 instances of donation which happened in Jipmer, except 4 instances, everything else was road traffic accident, and vast majority of them two-wheelers. The only other instances where somebody fell from a height, from a tree, someone fell from when construction site, and there was a kid which I mentioned. We had a suspicion of homicide where the kid was found unconscious in the toilet, and after the autopsy, the assumption was that it was indeed intentional head injury from someone in the family. So most of them are indeed road traffic accidents, sir.
Road traffic accident and accidental falls.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. All of them head injuries. Yeah. We have had few medical causes also, but what happens from neurology, somebody had stroke, intracerebral bleed. What happened? These people are on ventilator for a few days. By that time, we had received calls for brain death and counseling. But when we go and see them, we find that most of them have been on ventilator. They have developed ventilator-acquired pneumonia. So in the presence of active infections, we are unable to use those organs because these recipients are immunosuppressed. Okay. So we have not been able to harvest from medical causes of brain death, but theoretically, yes, it should be possible to do that.
So one question more. So you have told that in some of the cases, the autopsy was done in the OT itself. Were the forensic pathologists opening the skull in the operation theater or not?
It was not the forensic pathologist opening the skull.
In the operation theater while doing autopsy or not?
No, sir. It is the usual autopsy team from the forensic who did that. We didn't involve the forensic pathologist for that purpose.
No. The forensic surgeon itself is called as a forensic pathologist. My query is in relation to the opening of the skull while doing medical legal autopsy in such cases, in the OT itself.
Yeah, I believe, in fact, I don't usually observe that every time. While I have seen it a couple of times in the thing, it was the forensic surgeon himself opening, not the technician. Yeah.
May I share
Thank you very
something?
much.
May I share something?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah, in few cases where we have conducted such autopsies, the role of us has been is when the organ has been retrieved, to give a letter stating that there are no injuries on the organs and it is fit to be taken is one part. And at the end of it, autopsy is conducted in the OT itself. And it is a complete autopsy that is done. Thank you, sir.
So may I answer? So I'm Dr. Kumaran from Jupiter Karakan. So we do a complete autopsy at the OT. We open the skull, we do a normal autopsy. So after that, the OT will be fumigated for the next surgery.
Okay. Now the mic is given to Dr. Siddharth.
Sir. Few questions are there in chat box because Srijit sir will not be there.
There is no question in the chat box. There is no question.
No, is there,
sir? There are chat questions. Can I just read it out, please?
Sure.
First question yeah, someone has asked, is there any role of anatomist in cadaveric kidney transplantation? And secondly, also in cadaveric organ transplant committees?
As such in anatomy, I can't think of direct involvement, but what happens is the organ pledging, and this thing is an integral part of the overall activity is done by the committee. For example, in Jipmer, we have people coming and pledging their organs, and we regularly keep getting requests for pledging the body, whole body. So this whole body pledging, donation after death is done by anatomy department here. So our transplant coordinator redirects the donation request to anatomy department. So that is the only activity where we are involving the anatomy department right now. When there is an offer for donation of the whole body for study purpose, which is quite often frequent in Pondicherry. Other than that, for deceased donor transplant as such, anatomy involvement is not much there. Yeah.
Okay, sir. Thank you. Because most of the calls come to us regarding organ transplantation. That's why I got a question. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Can I go to the next question? Someone has asked, only retrieval center is possible to start with, or have to have transplantation center also, as per TUTA?
Yeah, so that's a very good question. It is very well possible. There are provisions for both. There are legal provisions, and there are hospitals which are recognized as organ procurement hospitals. They don't have permission to do organ transplants. So they serve as hospitals which are, again, this cannot be done by the hospital themselves, the competent authority. If it is a state, the health department. If it is union territory, the DGHS office has to designate them as organ procurement centers. So it is possible to do that. This is done primarily for the reason that brain death patients are not supposed to be transported. Unofficially, I am sure you all know that that is exactly what is happening. When a patient is brain dead, in the private sector, the patients are usually shifted to a hospital where organ harvesting is possible for various reasons. To avoid that, because that shifting itself is not correct, and patient can arrest during the transfer. To avoid that, there is a provision to have hospitals recognized as organ procurement hospitals. Organs will be brain death certification, organ procurement will be done in those hospitals, and the organs will be transported to centers where transplantation can be done. So this can very well be done.
Okay, I hope that The doubt is clear. We'll just move on to the next question. Could you please give inputs regarding the fate of donor DNA material in the recipient, sir?
Yeah, so I'm sure you must have come across papers. So there is a lot of interest in the cell-free donor, cell-free DNA getting into circulation. So as such, this was not thought to have any significance, but there are in the last, say, 5 years or so, there are multiple studies showing that the cell-free DNA, what is called the cell-free DNA circulating in the recipient's serum, indicates injury to the graft. So this can predict rejection and other forms of graft injury well in advance of you find rise in creatinine and when you do a biopsy and all. So this there is some interest in assaying cell-free donor cell-free DNA in the recipient as an early biomarker for graft injury. Other than that, I'm not aware of any consequence of the donor DNA being there in the recipient.
Thank you, sir. So we'll just move on to the next question. There are a lot of questions for Dr. Srijit. So I'm very pleased with the answers being given. So the next query is about what is the time interval for each organ to be taken for transplant? And secondly, after declaration of death, and what's the effect of cold storage on such process?
Yeah, so the time, what we call the cold ischemia time, starts from once we remove the organ from the donor. As long as the even after, there is no necessity that once we complete the Brenda certification, the time doesn't start from there. This time actually starts from time when the donor is shifted to the OT and the organs are disconnected from the circulation. So the circulation stops. So that is when the time starts. So when it is necessary, suppose there is a delay, even after Brenda certification, it is possible to delay organ procurement by few hours. But again, because the patient is brain dead, there's a cytokine storm and all those things. So it is preferable that we harvest as soon as possible. Once the patient, the donor is in the OT and the organ is taken out, then the time starts ticking. For kidney, theoretically it is 48 hours, but practically nobody will harvest, nobody will transplant after 24 hours. So we have to finish transplantation within 24 hours, preferably within 12 hours. Okay, so this is a challenge when there is transportation involved. Fortunately, in our case, there is no transportation involved. We are doing it in-house, so there is no delay. But for heart, there is a delay. For heart, from the time of cessation of circulation to restarting circulation. So from removal of the heart, reattaching to the recipient is only 4 hours. So that is why you might have heard of green corridors happening in Chennai and Delhi and all, where the police department in quotation with traffic police and all clear the road so that the ambulance can rush from one hospital to the other or from one city to the other. We have had green corridors between Pondicherry and Chennai when heart is transported from here. Liver, you have more time, up to 8 to 10 hours or even up to 12 hours, but again, preferably done within 8 hours. So there is a time limit for, especially for heart and lung, slightly more for liver. Kidney, you can be more relaxed. You have more time.
Thank you, sir. Now the next query is about, besides the duration of for removal of particular organs from the deceased. Who decides the duration for removal of particular organs from the deceased?
I'm not very clear what exactly was meant by the duration for removal of particular organ. There is no duration as such. In the sense, first assessment is whether the organs are fit for transplant. It may be patient's kidney may be good, but he may be alcoholic or he may have something other problems. Already had cardiac arrest, already had heart disease. So once fitness is assessed, all the organs are harvested together. There is a surgical procedure. The kidneys comes out last, the heart comes out first, then the liver comes out. And from then the time starts ticking. Okay, the duration of the cold ischemia is counted from then, but the duration of for removal, I'm not clear exactly what the person meant. I'm sorry.
That was very clear. And any case of organ retrieval for transplantation from unclaimed body done?
Yeah, so that is a very frequent question we get. See, the organs are viable only if circulation is there. Okay, so when the circulation stops, when the cardiac arrest happens, which happens in accidental deaths happening on the road, the heart may stop, or natural death. So all those instances, circulation stops. So then the organs become unviable in less than 20 minutes time. So from unclaimed bodies and even natural death, even when in hospital deaths, harvesting is technically not possible, even though there is this something called donation after cardiac death. This is again has been this is technically very challenging. It was done in Chandigarh for a few instances. The what happens is this happens when everything is ready. When there is a patient in the ICU, we know that the patient is going to die. The family is accepting the fact, and they have been given the option of organ donation, and they say yes, the consent is already taken. So then you wait for the surgeons also will be available in the ICU, you wait for the patient to have cardiac arrest. Once the cardiac arrest happens, within 20 minutes, you have to take out the organs. Okay, after perfusing and all. So that is the challenge. That is a logistic issue. So that is the reason this is not very common. But yes, it is practiced in Western countries. In India also it has happened, but it is not very common. But from unclaimed bodies, people already dead, brought dead to the casualty, brought dead to the hospital. Organ procurement cannot be done, but tissues like cornea, skin, ligaments, bones can be harvested, but not organs.
Sir, we have one more question, sir. Have you retrieved any healthy organ from a patient on ventilator for more than a week?
Yes, we have. We have had neurosurgery patients. So patient came with head injury. The patient was operated, and positive patient had some complications. So I can remember at least a couple of instances where the patient became brain dead after a few days of the surgical treatment. Patient came with head injury, patient was operated. Then I'm not telling, I didn't mean brain death from the surgery, but the patient had the natural cause of thing, and the surgery didn't help, and the patient became brain dead. Usually, they will not immediately inform it. They will wait for about a day or so. So there are instances which happens, even though it is very unusual, because these people will develop all sort of infections, sepsis, UTI, because catheter is there, ventilator acquired pneumonia, all those things. So that is difficult, but yes, it can happen. It has happened.
So we have one last question, though it may not be directly for you. Someone has asked, investigating officers frequently asking for time of death of deceased. He wants to know whether it is a medical time of death or legal time of death. My understanding is that I'm not very sure what it means by the legal time of death. Now, whenever the certified time of death, that is the time of death we should consider, and that is what we consider.
Yeah, so in brain death also, that is again the point I would like to emphasize. There is no separate legal and the time of death is the time of death. That is both the legal as well as medical time of death. Because the brain death is the law in India now. So if a patient is certified brain dead at say 11 o'clock, 11 a.m., then the medical as well as legal time of death is 11 a.m. So that is why we want the police to do the inquest, because the patient is dead. Even though the heart is running because of our medical paraphernalia, the patient is dead. Legally, medically, the patient is dead.
If I may add to what Dr. Sridhar said, that is the reason we work as a team. The investigating officers is immediately called, and it goes on side by side. Means the team of the certified team of doctors, when they are certifying the patient as brain dead, the police will also come and finish off its investigation. So there is no discrepancy between the medical time of death and what someone has called about the legal time of death. So actually, it is a certified time of death. Thank you, sir. I think that explains all. I mean, you had the rule and virtual autopsy. We'll take this later on. I mean, I thank Dr. Sridhar. He took a lot of questions. Actually, sir he may not be available for the panel discussion session because he has to go for immediate important meeting. So I thank Srijit sir for his extensive sharing his experience as he has seen it grow in JIPMER right from the beginning of his inception till death. I also take this opportunity to thank Ashok Kanana sir for chairing this session. So next, we'll move on to the next session, but actually we just received the information that the next speaker, Dr. Yogesh Kansal, also held up in some meeting. So we can just move on. We can just move on with the panel discussion till sir comes. So we can have the fourth session, that is on night autopsy, after the panel discussion. And I just hope it's okay with everyone. So if that is fine, I will start with panel discussion. Thank you, Dr. Srijit. Thank you, Kanana sir. So
Thank you.
I request Dr. Vinod Chaudhary. Sir will be moderating the panel discussion. I also request Rajsekhar, Dr. Rajsekhar, Dr. Mohit sir.
Mohit sir is there? Good afternoon, sir.
Sorry.
Sir is there?
Yes, yes. Vinod, I am there.
Sir. Sorry, sir. Actually, sir is there. So we'll start with some panel discussion.
Yes, yes. Okay. First of all, a very happy birthday to you, Dr. Vinod Chaudhary.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you, sir. So I'm Dr. Vinod Chaudhary, additional professor of forensic medicine and toxicology. So I'm moderator for this panel discussion. So our panelist is Dr. Shailesh Mohite sir, Dean Cooper Hospital, Mumbai. Then Dr. Rajsekhar, additional professor of anatomy from JIPMER. Then we have our HOD, Siddharth Das sir, professor HOD forensic medicine. And few our other participants are there. Then chairpersons are there, like Chalana sir is there. So suppose they want to answer, they can also answer. So first question I will ask Mohite sir. So the participant asked, what is the valid license for dissection? In one of your slide, you have written some dissection, valid license of dissection. I haven't heard of this earlier. Please explain.
Yes, all private colleges also, when they are started, they are supposed to take a license or permission from government stating that they are permitting them to get cadavers for dissection purpose. That is as per Maharashtra Anatomy Act. If you remember, in Maharashtra, many of the private colleges used to approach the police surgeon for unclaimed bodies for dissection purpose. So only if a college has got such a permission from MEDD department, that is Medical Education and Drugs Department, then only they can procure such bodies. Similarly, a police officer, when handing over bodies, has to take permission. In Mumbai, when we hand over bodies for dissection during various workshops, we conduct base of skull surgery, arthroscopy, arthroplasty, flap dissection courses, for which bodies have unclaimed bodies are used. For that also we take official permission from the Assistant Commissioner of Police, who is custodian of the body. After that only we hand over such bodies for dissection purpose.
Yes.
Diagnostic prescribe. Sorry.
Sir, one more question. What is we are using in forensic medicine practice unknown, then unclaimed, and unidentified body. So what is the difference between these three terms? Unknown, unidentified, and unclaimed body. So
unknown is not known at all. Unclaimed is, there are many people who come to municipal hospitals, government hospitals. They give their identity, name, etc., but they do not have any relations. Okay. Like say he's an orphan.
Yes.
Okay. He doesn't have any relative. So he would be known but unclaimed by next of kin.
Yes, sir.
Unidentified and unknown are more or less synonyms. At times, unknown might be a person who is come to that locality and is only known by first name. Sometimes that partial identity, he is just known by Raju. From where he has come, that is known, but what is his surname, etc., is not known. So many times
particulars are not known.
Yes, other particulars are not known, only one name, Raju. And he is known by that name to everyone. He might be staying for years together. And no one has bothered to ask.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, sir. Moving to next question, sir. An interstate movement of people for jobs. In any untoward death, we anatomy and FMT faculties do not have any confusion on Anatomy Act dealing with such cases, because what that participant want to ask, because every state has different anatomy act. So there may be confusion is there for identifying the body in untoward death because he is moving for his job in another state. What is the explanation for such type of death or identification in such cases? Because there is a different acts in each state.
So whatever the prevailing place the body is, that act would be applied.
Applied, yes. This particular state, Maharashtra person is in
Yes.
Maharashtra.
But Maharashtra Act is also applicable to certain other places where they have adopted it, like Gujarat.
Gujarat, yes. This question is, I think, asked, sir, is there any provision to utilize Aadhaar card? Already you answered this question.
Yes.
Sir. It was in chat box. Sir, preserving the museum specimen after medical legal postmortem, is it ethical or not? And another question is added. If yes, how?
Yes, once the body has been donated, let me tell you a few instances. Once the body has been legally handed over to a medical college for dissection purpose,
yes,
then it is the total right of that institute how to make maximum utilization of it for teaching purpose. I will tell you one or two dilemma situations which arose. If the body was given to our institute on the previous evening, and next day, when the body was taken for dissection, the relatives came and they wanted the body. They agreed for the donation, but then their request was at least give us one finger so that we can do last rites of this person. So such things are also not permissible. But after having dissected the body, the organs can be utilized and preserved for a long duration for teaching purposes. What we call as soft parts, the organs are dissected, students are made to identify which nerve it is, which artery it is, and the course, etc. In some colleges, these bodies are then skeletonized, and skeletons are given as bone sets to students for studying purpose. Or the departmental teachers also utilize it for teaching to students.
Yes. Thank you, sir. Moving to other question. Can the organs be taken and preserved for academic purposes in unclaimed bodies? What is the issue arising in this case? Means you explained for other bodies. So suppose we have taken the organs from the unclaimed bodies. Any rules, regulations are there for taking organs from the unclaimed bodies for academic purpose?
Do you mean during autopsy or the body which has come for dissection?
Dissection, autopsy, sir, autopsy.
Autopsy. So
Yes,
for just there are, at least I have not come across any other rule regulation, but many a times we preserve organs. Okay.
Yes,
and these organs can be later on, instead of disposing it of as per Biomedical Waste Act, we can certainly preserve it. There is no rule which does not permit us in unclaimed bodies because there is no claimant.
No claim, please.
If I may add to what Sir has told.
Yeah.
On the unclaimed bodies, what happens is that although the Act very clearly says that anatomy act 72 hours and another act of anatomy act 48 hours and the 22 hours.
Yeah.
Practically, what happens is that we don't strictly go by that. We wait for 2 to 3 weeks till the some persons come across the next of kin of the deceased for claiming back the body. Okay. Now, the legal issues that may arise out of it, in some cases, what may happen is that very rare cases, the possibility is there, the theoretical possibility, and it would have happened in some places also. The person, after the body has been given, they may try to, they would have arrived after the body has been taken out. That means claimed by the that particular institute for the purpose of utilization by the Department of Anatomy. In that case, they may cite the laws, but that is theory. But the thing is, practically, we wait for 2 to 3 weeks. So that should be enough time for a person to come and claim the. So that is the window period that is given. So that's what I wanted to add.
Yeah, unknown, unclaimed bodies, if found and there is no cause of death known, then at least in city of Mumbai, the police is informed, he prepares ADR Panchanama and sends the body for autopsy without waiting for even 48 hours. That is the current scenario in most of the places in Maharashtra. Okay, you may please throw light, and other eminent personalities can throw light what is happening. If there is a roadside person brought to the casualty, declared dead, I inform the police. Police perform the ADR Panchanama because there should not be loss of evidence, and body is sent for autopsy. The body is not disposed till 7 days at Mumbai.
Yeah, that is the reason. We wait for some time. We give them
Yeah.
that good word. And as correctly said by Dr. Sekar during presentation, the body in this case belongs to the state. State means the
Yeah.
government. So that should clarify, I think.
Sir, moving to next question. It is usual practice to do the autopsy in unclaimed bodies which are treated for weeks together in the hospital, but still they want autopsy in such cases. Why they are asking autopsy in such cases?
I do not think in such cases autopsy is asked. If the cause of death is known to be natural, then autopsy is not asked. But if it is a medico-legal case, question of identity remains in such cases where when the person is alive, you can tell the police officer that it is unlikely that he will regain consciousness. So you take his photograph. The hospital on his own also can take photographs and preserve as records. There is no law which prohibits that. The police officer can be told to take fingerprints, match them if they can establish the identity. Blood can be collected for DNA when the person is alive. These identification methods can be used. Apart from that, other particulars on the body can be noted down if identification marks like scars, tattoos, etc., length of the person, if any congenital or acquired deformities are seen. This also can be made a note on the paper. So the question of identity, there is no need of doing autopsy for identification purpose. Cause of death, as with various advancements and with all pathological microbiological investigations, the cause of death is obvious, then there is no need of conducting an autopsy. Someone had asked in the chat box, when is a medico-legal case converted into a non-medical legal case? So this is one example. For example, a person with icy bleed is found on the road. He is brought in an unconscious state to the hospital. Since he is obviously no one with him and he is unconscious, a MLC is made or a EPR is made. But on thorough investigation or doing a CT scan, you find that he is hypertensive and this is hypertensive intracranial bleed. So in such cases, automatically this MLC is turned into a non-MLC. And when he expires, I inform the police officer that when you brought, we have informed you because you are unconscious. Now, after thorough investigations, the cause of death is natural. This is what we would say.
Sir, I will like to add some new, giving some new dimension to it. Sometimes patients who are known, fully identified, who are in government job, they are admitted in the hospital and they may die in the hospital due to some natural cause of death. And later on, the inquest under 174 CRPC is made and the police ask for postmortem examination in such cases. So when that was brought to me, I told to them that it is a natural death. There is no foul play. The patient was admitted in the hospital. So there is no need of inquest because from the hospital record, cause of death itself can be given. So it is not uncommon that such type of cases are brought with the intentions that because it is a government employee and he is fully insured, we have to take the insurance and on compassionate ground job will be given and the retirement benefit has to be given to this individual. So postmortem is to be conducted. So I have refused in many of such cases the autopsy examination and the cause of death mentioned in the medical record was accepted as cause of death in such cases.
Sir, really appreciated your initiative of removing this myth of autopsy is mandatory in such cases where cause of death is natural and person is in hospital for so many days and all investigations point. So unless and until people like you and me, we pointed out to our fellow colleague doctors that you can certainly certify and there is no question that arises. Once this confidence is given to them, they will certainly improve themselves in future.
So,
Thank you, sir.
one question is there in chat box. Hello, sir. Please throw some light on role of legality of virtual autopsy in organ transplant in India. Please discuss as it is routine issue in organ transplant cases. Means he's saying what is the role of legality virtual autopsy in organ transplant in India? So someone can
Virtuality of organ transplant.
The legality of virtual autopsy, sir. Legality of virtual autopsy in organ transplantation.
Okay. For organ transplantation, as the previous speaker has said, it will be a team who will decide it is brainstem death, and then if it is only a retrieval center, then the organs would be retrieved, or just as it is a transplant center, like your hospital, Vinod, where organs are retrieved over there and transplanted then and there. So in such cases, there might not be any provision of doing virtual autopsy because for retrieval of the organs, the body is already open. So where is the question of virtual autopsy?
Yes, I agree, sir.
Sir,
one more question. Sir, someone want to add?
Sir, role of virtual autopsy in case of opening up head, just as it already discussed, opening up head, we can use CT head or MRI head in case of opening up head by any other measures. That's why I'm asking this question.
Okay, so if already all investigations have been done, like CT scan, MRI has been done, and they are found to be normal without any injuries, then that itself is sufficient to say have I answered that? Your question is what are legal issues about virtual autopsies in cases of organ transplant? What
yes,
I
sir,
say is the abdomen and chest as such is opened while organ transplantation, right?
Yes, sir.
So only question remains is about the opening of the skull. So
yes, sir. Yes, sir.
If you have already done CT and MRI, then it is up to the treating doctor. First and foremost, there should be a requisition from the relatives for virtual autopsy. And you should explain to them that it will not be a complete virtual autopsy, but could be only a partial virtual autopsy. Now, in this case, again, there is no point of doing CT, MRI if it has been previously done. And there are no signs of any head injury.
Sir, if there is any sign of head injury, then it is legally okay to do virtual autopsy for only for head, or we should open the skull.
Yes, if the requisition comes from the investigating officer, from the relatives for a virtual autopsy, then it would be permitted. Because currently at AIIMS Delhi, virtual autopsy is taking place. Here, here the chest and abdomen has been opened. Question remains of opening the skull. Just as in pathological autopsies, many a times it is a partial autopsy that is done. Suppose there was fever, meningitis is suspected, or TBM is suspected. Then in that case, many a times partial autopsy is done, or if there is a SOS that is suspected, which has given rise to raised intracranial tension and death, because the X-ray and USG was normal, then even a partial skull or partial head autopsy is done at times in cases of pain in abdomen and sudden death of the patient. A partial autopsy only of the stomach is done, or a person coming with pain in the chest, okay, with sweating, known case of hypertension, partial chest autopsy is done. If there is evidence of acute coronary insufficiency or myocardial infarction, no further autopsy is done. So partial autopsy, so this would be a first case of partial virtual autopsy.
Sir,
Okay. Yes, sir.
as far as my opinion is concerned, in AIMS, the virtual autopsy is only for academic purposes. That is not done for pathological or medical legal point of view. Moreover, virtual autopsy has been not legalized in India as yet, because as per the standard convention and practices and procedure, and what the court understands, that we have to open all the body cavities to reach at the cause of death, because primary aim is to establish the cause of death. If you have opened the chest and abdomen in to certify brainstem death in such cases, but if there is no cause of death, then definitely skull is to be opened, because you may find the cause of death there in the skull itself or in the brain or cranial cavity.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Okay, sir. One more question. Sir, in Mumbai, police as well as NGOs are disposing or cremating the unclaimed bodies. So what is the role of police in cremating the unclaimed bodies in Mumbai region? What is their role?
Ideally, the police,
non-MLC.
Ideally, the police or the investigating officer is supposed to dispose of the body. They are being paid by the government certain amount, which is they are supposed to use for the shroud and for hiring of people for carrying the body. So specific amount, now it is approximately 1,000 rupees per body is given to the police officer. There are so many social organizations who come forth that we want to do social service, and as a result of that, you involve us. So when these people come, at times they are community based, at times they are not community based. So when such social workers come, so on behalf of the police, they permit them or these organizations to do the religious rites in a rightful manner. The person who does the religious rites also brings a receipt that the body has been disposed of at which crematorium or which burial place, and submits it to the police officer. All these records are then properly maintained.
Is this applicable for both MLC as well as non-MLC cases?
All unclaimed, whether it is MLC, non-MLC. Only one thing which pinches me is, over the years, medical colleges do not make an effort to get unclaimed bodies from their own hospital, but they might go for TB hospital or other hospitals where bodies are available in abundance. But these bodies in our hospitals which are unclaimed are many a times easily available.
Easily available for anatomy. So I will ask Dr. Siddharth, what is his viewpoint regarding disposing of unclaimed bodies in our Pondicherry region?
Now the thing is, what is happening, I'll just share a little bit of the more experience. Now what is, as you know, since it's a tertiary care center, we have got patients from different, not only Pondicherry, Tamil Nadu, from different parts of the country also. And especially during the last 2 years, because of the COVID, we had to face a lot of difficulties, in the sense that some of the patients were from outside, and because of the patients died. And because of this, the relatives of the deceased, because of the COVID restrictions, were not able to take back the patients, but they had literally given it to us. Now the thing is, as we all know, that until unless there is some operation, they give some sort of a NOC sort of thing. Okay, that the body can be disposed of, we cannot go ahead with performing the law. So in that case, what we used to do, we used to we used to contact our police station, the respective police station of that places also. And after that also, we used to have a lot of the police were not very keen, although theoretically it says the police will the NOC, but practically speaking, police never gives the NOC, and I hope that may be the practice in other places also. Police will definitely not like to take up the responsibility. So in that case, what we used to do, we used to request the police to kindly get the NOCs from the relatives. Now, once we used to get the NOC from the relatives, the job becomes easier. We have to contact some, what should I say, some NGO sort of thing who are involved in disposing of the body. So all this process, it was very time taking, not less than 1 month, 2 months, in some cases 3 months also. And as long as the body is not disposed of, obviously, since the COVID cases were also rising, so they were occupying one cold chamber. So all this time we had to be practically, we had to be in running after the police to get the NOC. So this was the situation we faced, especially during the COVID time. Apart from that, MLC cases, whatever is being done in other places, we are also doing the same thing. And at times, what happens is that we have this concept of, other places also, the paying bodies. That means once the patient is, I'm talking about the non-MLC cases. Once the person dies, the relatives will keep the body for some time, saying that we will we'll keep it for 2 days or 3 days. After that, our relatives are coming from, since Pondicherry, as you know, it's a French, it was a French colony. So most of the relatives of the deceased will be in France, so they will say that they'll be coming from France, so kindly keep it for some days. Most of the cases they come back. In some cases they do not come back. Then again the same thing happens. So it becomes basically our responsibility. We accepted the body. The institution has accepted the body by institution. The Department of Forensic Medicine has accepted to keep the body in the cold chamber. So basically it becomes our responsibility. In that case, the same process starts. We have to involve the police. We don't get, and in some cases, which should not be a case, of course, police have not given the clearance. The relatives of the deceased, they are not traceable. They have not given the NOC also. So in that case, also someone will have to dispose of the body. So these are all very challenging things. So if anyone has any such practice in this, they can also share. So this is the potential is
Vijay sir, Dr. Vijay Pal sir or Dr. Charan sir can add some comments regarding disposing of bodies.
In unclaimed body which are brought to us for forensic autopsy, after doing every formality by the police, they keep the dead bodies for 72 hours for identification purposes, and then the bodies are brought to us. We conduct the postmortem for establishment of cause of death, and at the end they give us a letter addressing to us, in which it is mentioned that as this is unclaimed body and whose postmortem has been done by you, and the endorsement regarding the cremation of this dead body may be given. So we give the endorsement that the postmortem examination of this unclaimed body has been done, and the permission regarding the cremation may be given. So this letter they take to the municipal corporation cremation ground, where they get the, as in Hindi it is called as balan, lakkad, balan, lakda is given for the ultimate cremation of the dead body from the municipal side to the police. That is the standard practice which is being followed in our state. Even there is almost a similar situation in our state in Haryana, and the bodies are kept for 72 hours for the purpose of identification, and then the autopsy is done. And after autopsy, the investigating officer is usually advised to go to the anatomy department if any part of the body may be useful for the dissection purpose or for teaching purposes.
And after the clearance is given by the anatomy department that no part of the body will be suitable for any study for the students, then only the municipal authorities are involved, and the cremation is done by the municipal authorities. And we are told that the only rupees 125 are given to the police officer for cremation of the body. So this is the usual practice in our region, particularly in Haryana, and majority of, in some of the districts in Haryana, certain NGOs are also disposing of the body. As in Karnal, I am serving at Karnal these days, and after the postmortem examination, the dead bodies are disposed of by an NGO known as Apna Ashiana, and they usually do the rituals and also throws the bones of the deceased in Haridwar, and it is done in a very good manner.
Sir, what is the role of anatomy department? You said they are sent to anatomy department.
Unclaimed body. In cases of unclaimed bodies, say for example, for retrieval of the bones, if the body is not dismembered, this means the bones are intact, then usually they keep the dead bodies for academic purposes. And it has been as per Anatomy Act of our state.
Okay.
Means the clearance first will be given by the anatomy department before final disposal by the municipal authorities.
Okay, sir. This you are telling. So, once bones, skeleton bones are came for medical examination, that can be to anatomy department.
Yes, it is
Or
all the unclaimed bodies.
No, Dr. Chaudhary, sir is saying all bodies before being disposal, NOC is obtained from anatomy department.
Yes.
All bodies, sir.
All unclaimed bodies.
All unclaimed bodies. Okay, okay.
Yes.
This is practice. This practice
means after autopsy, the investigating officer will go to the anatomy department. He'll write an application that the autopsy has been done in this particular case, and the body is unidentified, and there has been no claimant for last 3 days, and now final disposal is to be done. And if you want to keep the dead body, then body will be kept in the anatomy department.
Okay, sir. Sir, this SOP, are you following from how many years, sir?
Since 1966, inception of Haryana.
1966. So, do you have any GR, sir, you can share with us?
There is Anatomy Act 1971.
Okay, in that it is given, sir.
Yes, before that only one medical college was there in Haryana since 1960, and it is the usual practice from the beginning.
Okay, sir. Okay, thank you, sir. So, moving to questions to other speaker, Dr. Rajshekhar. There are a lot of queries are there. So, first question: who can donate their body, and what is the age limit? And other question is added to that: can unclaimed dead bodies of children may be used for donation, body donation?
So, if we see the question of who can donate the body, anybody who is of legal age, that is above 18 years, who can give a legal consent, can donate their body. There is no upper age limit for that. And regarding unclaimed bodies of children, usually we don't see such cases. But if it is the case, then the police will have to take a decision whether there is any foul play or not. If there is no foul play, then they'll be transferring the body similar to the adult bodies to the anatomy department. That can be taken up.
That can be used. Okay, thank you. Another question in chat box was question: suppose tissue is taken for histopathological examination, is it given in the Anatomy Act?
In the state anatomy acts of majority of the states of India, I did not find any reference for the tissues
taken for histopathology. Yeah. Okay. Moving to next question. What happens to cadaver if it is not an Indian citizen? Example, an unclaimed foreign national or refugee.
Yeah. In that case, the onus of tracing the next of kin or the tracing of which country or which embassy the person has to contact, that onus lies on the investigating officer, not on the people that are there in the medical college. So once the police contacts the embassy and the embassy people, they have the right to either donate or take it back to their country. So once the embassy the person who is in charge of the embassy, ambassador or the high commissioner, they give an NOC, then the police can transfer the body to the medical college.
Okay, you're telling his nationality is known, but he's unclaimed.
Yeah.
Suppose nationality is also not known, then
Then the police has to decide. They'll be contacting their higher officials and they'll be contacting the External Affairs Ministry as to how to proceed with that. We come into the picture only after the police contacts us saying that they want to donate the body to the medical college.
Are there any, one question, are there any instances where a known foreign national, the embassy has donated the body?
As far as my knowledge is concerned, no, sir.
Because no country will allow its citizens' body to be donated. There will
Yes,
be
sir.
a large hue and cry in the city that the country is not able to even bear the cost of last riots of its citizens. Sir, one question to you. Who pays for the transportation charges when such a donated body is brought to your institute from home?
So there are NGOs are there. Many NGOs are there. The dead body are taken by the police in the ambulances given by those NGOs, and they use the ambulances of those NGOs.
Sir, no. This is in MLCs, but a person who has pledged body donation, he dies in his house. Now his family members are aware that he had pledged to donate his body. So now they contact that concerned medical college. And now the body has to be transported from his place of residence to medical college. So does the medical college send a vehicle to get the body, or does the relative bring the body on its own? If the body is brought on its own, who pays for that?
Sir, in our institution, there is no transplantation program, but it is no issue. The hospital can send the ambulance itself. This is a very minor issue.
No, sir, no. We are not speaking about transplant. We are speaking about body donation, voluntary body donation.
That is what I am saying, sir. You are asking for transportation of the body.
Transportation, yes.
If the person wants to donate the organs, and the hospital wants to accept those things, then the ambulance can be sent. There is no problem if it comes in the knowledge of the medical superintendent.
Because we have a specific GR in our state.
Okay.
There should not be any expense to the person donating the body. Similar to organ transplantation. Okay, in organ transplantation also, once the second brainstem death is declared and he is willing to donate, then the hospital will not charge a single penny after that period. So here also, when the person decides, the relatives can bring the body and the medical superintendent bears the expenses. These are official charges given by the institute as per the GR in our state. That's what I wanted to just...
Sir, even in all the states, multiple ambulance services are there free of cost, which brings the patient to the hospital, and these are used also for referral purposes. So there should not be any issue of the ambulances, I think, for transportation of the body.
Particularly when the family is ready to donate the body, means the patient had made the willingness. In such a case, usually the ambulances are arranged by the family itself.
It comes at a cost.
May I please add, sir?
In fact, the cities in Haryana and Punjab are not very big cities, and it takes only 2-3 kilometers, and they usually bring the bodies in their own ambulances on their own expenses.
So just like the transplantation causes, just like the transplantation things, this voluntary body donation is also considered a very well thing. So in these cases, as rightly pointed out by Mohit, so what happens is that the relatives, they don't bear the charges. The charges are usually borne by the hospital, And these are very mere charges. The medical superintendent or the dean or the director, they will just give an order, and the charges will be borne by the
Hospital.
Hospital.
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Is the signature of relatives required on voluntary body donation form?
Dr. Raj.
Signature of sir?
Relatives are next of kin required on voluntary body donation form.
Yes, sir. When person is pledging his body, we ask for 2 signatures, so as to make it sure that the person has informed his next of kin that he is going to donate his body.
Because we take 3 copies, one we keep with us, one in the medical record, and one we give to the person who has pledged, or sometimes we give a card that he has pledged for donation. So even in case of his death, those relatives who have signed might not be there, but some other friend or someone is there. He is aware. The police also is aware that he has pledged for body donation. And he might pledge in Mumbai, and tomorrow he goes to Delhi and dies over there. So he can give his body over there also to the nearest college.
Right.
If your capacity is full, do you still accept bodies for donation?
Sir, we did not have such a situation that we were actually full. We are actually in dire need of bodies all the time, because we usually conduct surgical skill training workshops quite often. So always in need of the bodies. And if I may so add, sir, regarding the foreign nationals, we had one incidence where the body was belonging to Russia, and it was a female body, a very old woman, and there were no next of kin in India along with her. So the police has contacted Russian embassy, and Russian embassy has contacted their in Russia somebody belonging to this woman. So they said that they are not willing to come to India and take the body. So they briefly asked us to take the body as a voluntary donation. So we have actually prepared all the documents to take up the body. But in the last minute, they have changed their decision. Then once again, they thought that they'll send back the body to Russia. So maybe there is a chance that if the embassy requests us to take up the body, we will take up the body.
Thank you.
Yes. Moving to next question. Sir, does Anatomy Act covers tissue preserved in autopsy of medical cases for academic purposes? This is the same question, I think. So already sir has answered. Instead of fit or unfit body, use the term suspicious or non-suspicious death. Or Dr. Ashikar.
So it is regarding MLC. So in case of MLC, once the cause of death is certain, and if there is no foul play involved in the cause of death, and if the body is fit for academic purpose. When I use the term fit or unfit, it is to denote that it is fit for use in academic purpose. So that's why I asked. So if the body is fit for academic purpose, yet it is an MLC, like the previous guest speaker has explained very nicely. In case of cerebral hemorrhage or in case of whiplash injury death, if it is made MLC, then it can be converted into non-MLC, since it is fit and it can be used for academic purpose.
Next question. Suppose donation in the body, and that already multi-organ has been donated from the body. That body can be used for anatomy purpose?
Yes, it can be used provided we know the antecedents of the donation. Say, for example, if liver is taken, then we know that the vessels in the liver will be leaking the embalming fluid. So in that case, what we can do is we will be opening up the body cavity. We'll be ligating the vessels as much as possible. Then we will supplement the arterial injection with hypodermic injection and cavity embalming. So we can very well use the body.
Donated.
Yeah.
Organ donation.
Yeah.
Dr. Rajshekar, excuse me, I just have one comment to make. You just said that in case MLC bodies, there is no foul play and the cause of death is there. Definitely, I understand this. But you said for donation purpose, it can be converted to non-MLC. I think this is actually not the way it should be done, because MLC is being created for some particular purpose. So now that just for donation purpose, there is no need to convert that body, that case to non-MLC. I think what you mean to say, you do not want to involve the police personnel in this. So there is another way. Like, I don't think though that MLC should be converted to non-MLC just for these purposes. That's my comment.
Sir, if I may respond, sir, based on the nature of the body, say unclaimed and say road traffic accident, it is automatically an MLC body. But if no claimants and if the cause of death is very clear and there is no foul play, but still it is under MLC, then the police wants to make use of the body because there are no claimants. The police, they want to make use of the body. Hence, they want to donate the body to the medical college. For this purpose, we have had incidences where the police has converted explicitly from MLC to non-MLC and donated to us.
No, my point is, it's not a domain of police. So police can donate the MLC body also. That's their prerogative.
Exactly.
But I think that MLC to non-MLC is never a police prerogative, and this practice should not be followed, basically.
Sir, the question is MLC will remain MLC. The better term is it is MLC case, but the postmortem examination has been waived off in such cases.
Yeah.
Okay, okay. I agree, sir.
Dr. Rajshekhar, what are the conditions where you do not accept body for donation?
Sir, any communicable diseases, sir, if the case is known, if the antecedents of the patient is known that he is suffering from such and such a disease, then we will not accept if the patient is suffering from communicable diseases. In other cases, we almost accept all the bodies. It's an unclaimed body.
Burns, decomposed,
Burns, decomposed bodies, we don't accept, sir. Drowning cases, everything comes under ML. So most of the times, gangrenes, we will inspect the case, sir. If it is very localized, we will try to manage the gangrene. Say, for example, it's limited to foot. There is a procedure, sectional embalming, where we ward off the entire body and we cut off the gangrenous portion, not physically, but with a chemical. So that is called embalming. So we can still make use of that cadaver, even if there is a gangrene, localized gangrene.
One more question to Dr. Rajshekhar. Why don't we have a National Anatomy Act, something which is uniform for pan-India?
That is a very good question. That question has come to my mind in 2014. I've published some papers regarding that. I've reviewed all the anatomy acts of India as well as the foreign acts, and my conclusion was to prepare one Indian National Anatomy Act where it can cover a majority of the lacunae that is present in the existing acts. Example, we don't have any provision permitting the transport of the body from state to state. That is not there in the present anatomy acts. And likewise, the donation of the cadavers from government college to private colleges. So this provision is also not there in the present anatomy acts. So such it will serve us better if we have a common anatomy act. But then the law and order comes under the state subject. So it is only the state that can promulgate the act. So maybe a policy decision, a National Anatomy Act should be created.
Thank you, all of you. Any questions are there from the delegates? So we are closing the panel discussion because we have to go on to next guest lecture from Dr. Yogendra Bansal sir. So any questions there? One or two questions we can allow.
I just received one question on the group. I do not know whether somebody has already responded that role and legality of virtual autopsy organ transplant. Is it being taken care of, or should I just?
Yeah, you can add your views.
Add your views, sir. Yes.
The discussion was it becomes a partial virtual autopsy. Dr. Channa also gave his inputs. For transplantation purpose, the chest and abdomen is opened. In virtual autopsy, you do not open anything. Okay.
Yeah,
Here,
basically,
if the brain has been done, then you can still certify. Otherwise, as Dr. Channa said, to find out or to corroborate the findings of the CT MRI, you need to open the brain. This was the discussion that took place, but would love to hear from you as well, Dr. Bansal.
Yeah, basically, I'll be covering it little bit in my presentation, but just since this panel discussion is going to be over, in PGI, because we are PGI is a roto center, and we are doing organ donation in MLC cases, and ultimately those cases are subjected for postmortem examination. The protocol which I have developed in PGI, since there is always an apprehension of relatives, and definitely we need to give them a kind of VIP kind of treatment. So the SOP is what I have started in my department, that in case if there is a ante-mortem radiological data available, whether it is CT, whether anything, we incorporate that directly in our postmortem report. And another thing, because in these, they do a very good while taking that's abdominal organs, the stitches are very, very properly stitched. So frankly speaking, relatives, they wanted ki, sir, please do not open it again. So what we started with that, okay, I'll incorporate the retrieval OT notes directly in my postmortem examination report, and that serves a purpose, and it cuts down the body delivery, body handing over time, and relatives are happy, and that suffices the medical legal purpose and objective of my postmortem also. So this is a protocol we follow in PGI.
Regarding its legality will be the issue, sir.
Now, another issue, basically the thing is, to understand the legality of postmortem examination, we have to go thorough with 174 CRPC. As far as postmortem examination, there is no word postmortem examination. It is a medical examination. And I'm talking the CRPC, which is dated 19, so long. Okay. So it is our preconceived notion, which we have created over the decades, that legality, non-legality, with evolution of time, the medical sciences have incorporated and have done things which were never done 50 years back. There is no law which prevents a doctor to incorporate the technological advancement. So this concept of legality, all these things, is a misconceived notion, mainly prevalent in our fraternity. And we always keep on looking for geo orders and the laws which are never been there and never been required to be there.
Yes. Thank you, sir, giving for inputs, such nice inputs. Again, I will thanks all panelists, Dr. Shailesh Mohite, sir, Dr. Yogendra Bansal, sir, Dr. Chanana, sir, Dr. Vijaypal Khanwal, sir, Dr. Siddhar Das, and Dr. Rajshekhar, sir, for giving their inputs and giving such nice answers to or queries to our participants and delegates. So once again, I thanks all panelists for joining for panel discussions. Moving to next session by Dr. Yogendra Bansal, sir, who is speaking on an overview of the recent ruling on night autopsy. And today's chairperson is Dr. Sunil Sharma, sir, who is a professor of forensic medicine at Vardhaman Medical College and Safdarjung Hospital, New Delhi. Over to you, sir. Sunil, sir.
Good afternoon to all. The Vinod is audible?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Kindly introduce to Yogendra Bansal, sir.
Yeah. Good afternoon to all. I've been waiting for this session for some time, and Dr. Bansal sir has joined to be late. So it's my pleasure to introduce Dr. Yogendra Bansal. We all know that we don't need much of introduction to Bansal sir. If I remember correctly, sir has done MD from the prestigious Maulana Azad Medical College, and now professor and head in one of the most prestigious institute in the country, that is PGI Chandigarh. Sir has done more than 60 publications as per the available numbers. And the such areas of interest include like forensic pathology, forensic psychiatry, and also sir is a forensic expert in WHO. So let's move on to such very important, relevant topic, that is night autopsy. Let me just add sir, one point. See, as I work in Safdarjung Hospital, which is one of the center under the government of India, we have started doing following the orders by last year, I think November, December. And this topic will be very relevant and will be very interesting. With that, I hand over the mic to Dr. Yogesh Bansal, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Sunil, for such a nice introduction.
Thank you.
And I really apologize. Actually, at the last moment, there was an emergency meeting called by MOS in PGI. She came all the way to Chandigarh and she wanted to meet all the HODs of PGI. So that was the reason I couldn't deliver my lecture at the stipulated time. So again, apologies. So now coming to this is a very, very relevant topic. What we have been hearing from, just hold on, yeah. Sorry, there's some glitch in with my, yes. Is my screen visible?
Yes, sir. Very much visible.
Screen sharing settings.
Is visible. No,
English share screen, sir.
Not here.
Visible, but screen has to be shared, sir.
Yeah, my presentation is not visible.
Oh, sir, no, sir. Share this. Not visible, sir. Kindly share.
Yeah. Just having some. Just hold on, I am having some. I think there's some issue with my laptop. It's not getting, either I have to change.
Sir, green color के इसमें click करके पहले
Do you have any idea? Yeah, PPT is open in my background, but it is not getting shared.
Okay, sir.
You can restart, sir. Please try doing.
Ask him to say. सर ईमेल कर सकते हैं क्या सर आप? We'll share from here, sir. Hello. Sir, you can use the other system, sir. Or WhatsApp to Das sir or me, sir.
Yeah. I'm just WhatsApping to you.
WhatsApp. Bluetooth say Bluetooth is on, yeah. Bluetooth on. Sir, kindly send WhatsApp, sir. So I'll take a little this laptop. इस पे ट्रांसफर हाँ
तो डॉक्टर सिद्धार्थ आपके पास आ गया होगा जस्ट
हाँ सर मैं देख लेता हूँ अच्छा वहाँ आ गया
नहीं अभी नहीं करते बिकॉज़
आप शेयर कर दीजिए सर उससे हाँ सर आ गया व्हाट्सएप पे सर विल शेयर द स्क्रीन सर will you be able to regulate सर वी कैन हाँ आपका वीडियो ऑन कर दीजिए सर
Okay, my video is on, yeah.
हाँ yes sir okay sir you can start sir
Yeah, please.
हाँ सर शेयर करो हाँ स्लाइड शो करो
Yeah, can you put it on a slideshow? Yeah.
Slideshow, sir. Yes sir.
Yeah. So basically, this is something a very hot topic, night autopsies in India. As such, if I start with that, there's no word such kind of thing like night autopsy. It is maybe the nomenclature is being used by government because there is a preconceived notion that autopsies are not allowed after sunset. And I think all the seniors and juniors, we believe that we have been following this particular precedence. So next, please. Yeah. So if you see that we all know that the dead bodies have always been very useful to the humankind. Whether we were learning from the dead as far as the anatomy dissections are concerned. But now with the technological advancement, I must say that dead bodies are very important from the perspective of giving life to living also. It is not getting next. Okay. So this is the timeline of events which started with November 2020 when this office of DGHS, they had a meeting with the DDG HODs of RML, LHNC, VMCC, and this issue was discussed. So basically, the issue what prompted the government to take up this issue was the people were facing a lot of difficulty because right now we are living in a world where we have super tertiary care institutes and these institutes are far off from the normal place of residence of people. So they had a meeting that whether there is a feasibility for after sunset autopsies. So this again was discussed with the HODs of Premier National Institute in January 21. And after that, the report was presented to Secretary Health and Family Welfare in March. this report was discussed, and the Secretary Health, she suggested that we have to see the mortality, and we have to take care of that, whether virtual autopsy can be incorporated at this time, because at the time there was a lot of discussions going on with regard to virtual autopsy, and in fact the AIMS was given one project. So it is, again, I must say that forensic medicine never adopted the kind of technological advancement which many of the specialities they have adopted. So that was the suggestion by the Secretary. So after that, again, we had a meeting along with the consultant from this Lady Harding Medical College, Pondicherry, AIMS, and myself. So then after that, this order was issued, OM was issued, because there was certain thing. Next, please. So if you see that the evolution in examination, so it dates back from 3rd century, and I'll just wrap up the thing as early as 3rd century. That, but all these centuries, one thing which is still prevalent and which is very, very relevant, it is the religious and social cultural aspects of people across the globe. Rituals and spiritual importance play an important role while deciding how to cremate, when to cremate, and there is a whole lot of religious background towards it. So though the person is dead, there have been so many acts and orders that they need to be taken care, keeping in view the sensitivity of the religious sentiments of the society. Next, please. So initially in 3rd century, the first anatomical dissection was done by Herophilus and Aristides in Greece. After that, after 1000 years, next please. In 1300, it was the first medical legal autopsy was conducted. So almost 1000 years after that. And now we are in this age of current stage. Next, please. So what is the current Indian scenario? I already spoke about that. It is a kind of misconceived notion based on the past scenario which happened during independence era. Okay, at that time we never had a facility of any proper mortuaries. Mortuary and this examination were completely dependent on artificial light, the sunlight. Okay, so artificial light was scarce. So at the time there was notion that, okay, for examination, definitely you require a light. So, but all these years, we never realized that there is no legal bar which prevents us that after sunset, but it is a kind of protocol we all adopted that, okay, after sunset, we cannot do it. One of the things, because India is a Hindu state kind of, so majority of people in every this culture, they do not perform cremation after sunset. But what we have seen in COVID era, even this thing is changing. If we see the practice of the religious practice of cremation practice, some people do it early morning also. And some people, they can do it even after sunset. So these things keep on changing. These dynamics were changing. Next, please. In global scenario, if you see that, many countries, they adopted, this is actually, I must say, there is no legal bar as such, but these are the protocols as per the convenience of the society is concerned. And according to the convenience of the society, things were taken care in that manner. Like in Slovakia, Nigeria, autopsy could be done at any time. In Sri Lanka, suicides and natural death cases can be done anytime. And Saudi Arabia, because they have a different practice, so even in exceptional cases, they also can do it at night time. Denmark, night autopsy are done, because sometimes you require a crucial evidence in homicidal death. So why wait for another day, 12 hours? Because only evidence can be created and investigating agencies can proceed further only if the postmortem report is available. Next, please. So why or why not night autopsies? In this, we took care of the concerns of various stakeholders. the most important, I must say, because I was heading that committee, so the concerns of for the government was for relatives, for society, because it was seen that once after 5 o'clock, after sunset, because 5 o'clock is something like sunset, though it is not sunset in summertime but we kept our working time 9 to 5 only. So relatives had to wait for next day. And even after next day, they used to get these bodies only after by lunchtime. So that was quite a hassle for relatives who had to wait and who had to then transport the body to their place of cremation. So they wanted it badly, and must be, because the government is always have to be careful regarding the social requirement of the society. And another thing, police also, they were finding it difficult because by the time sometimes, because the practical problem that I can discuss over here is PGI is a tertiary case center, and we get people from Leh, Western UP, and deep down remote areas from Himachal. So actually another problem which I face is, though I'm working on it, but it is not, the police post, the current PGI, that UT police post, they're not interested to do the postmortem on the behalf of the far of the places. So once the death information is sent to police personnel over there, they have to. I think this is a similar thing with the Pondicherry also, with AIMS, because there are the tertiary care centers, and the police had to come from far-flung places. So by the time they reach, department is closed. Even police has to be waiting for the next day. So it unnecessarily creates a lot of hassle to the IO also. Next, please. So, since I'm not just be talking about that concerns of the society, what were our main concerns? So autopsy, I mean, we were a little bit skeptical that it is a sensitive work, and the outcome can be an issue for a debate. And sometimes because we have seen in one of the cases in Mumbai that relatives started objecting that why autopsy was conducted in night, why hush-hush manner. So basically, since we were not doing it in the night, this question arose. Once it becomes a protocol, no one is going to ask, because in emergency cases, no one is going to ask why this surgery was done at 12 o'clock in the night. Similarly, once this procedure is accepted, no one, society is not going to say anything about the relevance of the night or the daytime. And definitely administration and society, they wanted to do proactive social work. So they were very, very interested in that if this protocol can be changed. Next, please. So these were the inputs given to the ministry, because we had to keep in mind the ground reality of the forensic medicine, since we belong to that fraternity. And apart from that, we were analyzing the requirement of the society also. So these were the recommendations, like these were the inputs which we gave to the DGHS, that definitely this is not an emergency services, and majority of medical colleges and institutes are equipped with basic infrastructure. These are the facts, that it is not what I can do in daytime, I cannot do in nighttime. So like PGI and most of the medical colleges, good medical colleges, as far as, and new AIMS. But definitely this is going to be an issue with district level hospitals, because they lack a basic infrastructure even as on day. So we had to make them sure, because many of the postmortems are conducted at district level by medical officers. So if they do not have so we had to bring this issue to the committee. Next, please. So then we said, like, let's segregate the thing. It should not be a blanket order that PM services may be provided only in those cases where body has to be transported to far-flung places. And PM, those cases should not belong to any of the foul play category cases, like homicide, suicide, rape, decomposed body, suspected foul play. So they could take this logic, and in fact, this was seen in the final order also in OM. And we suggested that since the bodies cannot be preserved back, it should be mandatorily mentioned, but this thing is not mentioned in OM. Next, please. So another thing, we gave a detailed manpower requirement. We categorize institutes at 3 levels, specialized medical college and district level. And we try to give them that these are the basic manpower required in case if you want to start with 24/7 services, because night autopsy means 24, after sunset means after sunset till sunrise. It becomes whole, it will change the whole dynamics of the manpower and the infrastructure requirement. So, and along with that, we tried that in case some remuneration, some incentive can be given, because it is a new practice and people might be wary about that, why we should be doing it. So we gave detailed suggestions with regard to manpower requirement and infrastructure requirement, basic requirement like security, duty room for doctors. So, but these things are not mentioned. We will discuss what is there in the OM order. Next, please. So another issue was organ donation. Government badly wants that government, in fact, this is a society needs. It is not only government. Government is just working for the benefit of the society. So organ donation, altruistic organ donation is very, very poor in India. It is just at a negligible. So one of the roadblock in organ donation, and majority of MLC cases are the most suited cases for organ donation. So basically, and then this medical legal problems, these were the hurdles. So basically they wanted that in case of organ donation, let's keep it a separate category and handle those cases in a different manner. And personally, even we should be feeling for that cause, that it should be given due importance and kind of different category of cases. So next, please. This is a manpower requirement kind of thing, like for medical college, premier, assistant professor, to senior residents, junior residents for medical colleges, then mortuary supervisor, mortuary. So you can see that some people might think that why these were not suggested. We actually suggested these things, but since one of the speaker in a previous has already clarified that health is a state subject. So the central government or no central order can be just binding on this thing. It is for each institute and each state has to see that what is there. But they took notice of this thing, and remuneration also, because some of the places are getting remuneration in Haryana and Karnataka also. So we suggested that, okay, faculty should be getting 1,500. These were the recommendations which were made to the DGHS. Next, please. So at last, after this, all this discussion, that whether feasibility of night autopsy is there. So it was, which logically all of you are going to admit that rapid advancement and improvement in technology is there. And there is a ample, if some place is not having a required lighting, you can always have a lighting. It is not a big issue that putting up a LED good lights facility for this purpose. So that can be done. And normally we are using artificial light, but definitely we cannot say that it is supported by the natural light also. So few of the category cases which are non-foul play, in which there is nothing, no allegation is going to come. So that can be done with during the night time. And this I have already clarified that there is no legal bar in. So what is a basic major challenge which we all face, especially in forensic fraternity? Change. We are really wary about the change because many hypothetical situations, because one of the in panel discussion, one of the person asked whether it is a legal issue. I say this is, we always feel whether it is legal. I say there is nothing legality in certain things, the way we work. So that's our take. And because of that thing, we could change many protocols in PGI. So this is a notional thing, hypothetical concerns, what if something goes wrong, what of. But the real thing is definitely there is a lack of resources, manpower resources, addition of the some manpower, because it is going to be 24/7. And there could be a reduction in quality of postmortem work, because definitely junior staff would be carrying out the thing. We do not have a perfect team at the night time so that they can discuss that in case if they have some questions. So, and ultimately, some people were suggesting that it can give rise to corrupt practices also, because night is a dark time, and dark people have a different kind of mindset. So, but these, let's see how many of these real challenges would be encountered when we start doing it in a real kind of situation. These are have to be seen. Next, please. Next, please. Yeah. So this biggest fear was of misuse of night autopsy. But we segregated all these cases which totally comes in a non-foul category. And you will all agree with me that the majority of cases of accidental deaths are just non-foul category. And mainly more than 80% of the cases belong to that category. So at least those cases can be taken care of during nighttime. And another thing which they added is video recording of all the cases, because this was one of the fear that public or somebody can claim that some hanky-panky must have done. So this was made a part of that recommendation, that video recording of all the cases, even in RTA. Next, please. So if we see that, what could be the opportunities available to us? One thing is, I must say, because we have changed many protocols here in PGI, notional. This is the biggest thing which our fraternity needs: image upliftment from society and administration towards this specialty. Once we carve out certain things, then our demands are always seen in a legitimate way, because just like other specialty, we are also doing something for the society. And it is no more of just dealing with death. So at night time, we do not have a back-to-back cases. So junior agents, in case some faculty is interested to give them skill education, it is a good time to teach them in a proper manner. And because number of autopsy remains the same. So even in the daytime, you are going to have a less number of autopsies, because number is not going to change. It is not that people start dying more with medical legal deaths just because night autopsies are being done. And and with that time, we can in fact utilize that time for our subspecialty. Like we can always develop a forensic photography unit, forensic histopathology unit, because many of us, we always have an issue that we do not have time in a day, and we are always held up doing the autopsy work. So next, please. Yeah. So what could be the advantages? So it is a definitely humanitarian approach. For relatives, it is a big relief in case if they have to take the body to far off places. At least during night time, they can use that period for reaching their place, and the body can be cremated peacefully in the early hours. And it is going to be a big help for the administration, and definitely for organ donation cases, there is no going to be hiccup, and those bodies can be taken up on a priority basis at any time. Because what I have experienced in PGI, that these organ donation after brainstem death, these organ retrievals normally happen in the night time. So only early morning or they are available for these postmortem examination. So that way we can always organize and have a coordination. And if it is a mandatory photography, so this is definitely an opportunity to develop our forensic photography unit. And I must say, forensic photography unit is definitely going to help us in many ways. Because in big institute, you can always have a good cameras and have, but at normal medical college, people are not, administration is not going to give you a camera or maybe a photographer. But over here, we can always demand, because it is a part of a recommendation and which has to be mandated in fully. Next, please. Next, please. So this is a practical approach. I just took up that question, that in hospital admitted accidental deaths, virtual medical record is to be included to avoid this. We are doing it actually. It is not the theoretical discussion what I'm doing over here. And if there is no suspicion of foul play and MCCD is available, such cases need not to be subjected. Again, we have made the protocol, all 174 CRPC cases where there is no foul play, the father or somebody has just slipped over and MCCD is clear, we are not subjecting them to conventional autopsy. We are just giving it back to the through police only. And this is CCTV can be installed to check up any activity at the night time with external light source. And if there is delay in transportation is anticipated, even on the request of the police, we can always delay it for the next day, that you have to carry the body to the next day. So first case in the morning, 8 o'clock, we can do it. So no need to just do the case in the night time and preserve the body in the freezer. That should be that should not be the practice. Next, please. So this is the order basically. This is one particular thing which many people find it difficult. What is the role of postmortem exactly? So this point number 5, postmortem for organ donation should be. Actually, there is no postmortem for organ donation. This line should be, I think this is somebody in ministry has done like this. They actually meant post-mortem in organ donation cases, in MLC organ donation cases. So basically, many of the people like in groups, they discuss what is the role of forensic medicine organ donation. Definitely, we do not have it. We just have a limited role of post-mortem examination. We're not doing the organ donation. So next, please. These are the salient features of the previous. These 4 points, if we see it very, very specifically, that post-mortem after sunset can be conducted at hospital which have the infrastructure for conducting such post-mortem. Number 1, the fitness and adequacy of infrastructure, etc., shall be assessed by the hospital in charge to ensure that there is no dilution of evidence flow. I do not know, there is a circulation that their state government is issuing orders, but this one particular clause has to be seen. And the head of the department can make it sure that this particular clause I am not assessing because ultimately I am the one. So somebody has to bell the cat. It should not be seen that this night autopsy is saying and it should be imposed on. So this is well within our safety labs that unless there is a infrastructure, basic infrastructure there, and we will not go ahead with that at those places. However, cases under category, so all non-foul play cases have been taken care of. Postmortem for organ donation, that we have to do, and majority of these organ donation cases, I have done organ donation, like I have facilitated in 1 or 2 homicidal deaths also. So because that's why this category is separately been crafted out. We cannot say that organ donation, if it is a homicidal organ donation, we should not be. So we have to do, because it is an organ donation case. Whether it is a homicidal death, we have to take care of that in during off-duty hours. And video recording of the postmortem shall be done for all night postmortem cases to rule out any suspicion and preservation. So accordingly, these 4 points are we all can interpret for our benefit to develop some of the subspecialty and to pave way for better infrastructure. Next, please. So this is a protocol which we follow because I just wanted that because organ donation we have been doing it. Counselors, they identify the potential donor in MLC cases. They try to do in non-MLC cases, but since I'm talking about forensic medicine, so it is presumed to be MLC cases. And once these they give the consent for thing, just parallelly they start doing brain stem death certification, and they move an application for NOC to Department of Forensic Medicine. We give NOC because they put a provisional list of these organs provisionally intended to be removed. We give based on that provisional list, we give our consent. Okay, these organs are not to be needed for, as per section 6 of TOTA, it is a competent authority. So basically in PGI, Department of Forensic Medicine is a competent authority who will decide such organ retrieval is not going to jeopardize the cause of death and the objective of postmortem. So once NOC is obtained, the concerned police station IO is informed through police post, and now they have started making good use of WhatsApp virtually because they are at far off places. they fill up the form and then send it back that we understand that this NOC has been taken from. This is just for information to them so that they start traveling to PGI for the purpose of postmortem examination. Over here, we do not require police to be present before retrieval. So this is one big achievement we did, because forensic medicine took care of all that legality issues, which at some places people are reluctant because they say, no, only police will give NOC. No, police, they do not have an authority to give NOC for retrieval of organs, because the best of the officer, even they are not competent enough to decide whether such organ retrieval is going to jeopardize the cause of death. It is only and only Department of Forensic Medicine or the person who is entrusted with postmortem examination. So once brainstem certification is done, organ transplantation initiate this harvestation process, and simultaneously they inform us. So we know it, this case is going to come after 4 or 5 hours. The moment that process, so basically we have coordinated in a way, police personnel reach even sometimes before or at the time of when this is organ retrieval is getting concluded. And simultaneously we receive the paper and we do the, in case if it is a, next please. So these two category of cases we get in cases where there is no suspicion of any foul play and the cause of and time of death is already certified in MCCD. Bodies are handed over directly to the relatives through police. We do not subject them to postmortem examination. We ask police ki why you need it when MCCD and no foul play is there. They say, okay, sir, you can do it. In case if there is a suspicion of unfair play, in that case, like FIR is written, foul play in the sense FIR and road traffic accidents, because the postmortem report is required for legal purposes. So in that case, antemortem radiological imaging data, whether it is CT head, just scalp layers, we say it, but we do not want to, I do not open skull for the purpose of finding SDH and intracerebral bleed. Getting my point? So we are actually, because relatives, they have concern ki we want some, like, can it be in a way so that disfigurement is not possible? So that is one thing, because we all know that once you open the head, and in case if they have to pay, there is no mechanism right now with forensic medicine that it will not start dripping from that wound. And similarly, they are very, very, very key in case if you do not want to, because surgical staple wounds are very, very beautifully done in these organ donation cases. So we do not do the cavity examination again. We just take care, we just take and incorporate notes of OT teams in case if they are writing that, okay, this is the contusion is retroperitoneal contusion present. I just pick it up from there. And some people, they have belief in forensic medicine. No, what you see, you have to write. No, I believe in one thing. It's a teamwork. We can incorporate any finding of PGI, whatever my surgeon is writing, I can always incorporate it. And please try to understand, these are those cases which have no relevance. These are 174 CRPC where it is just accidental death. So many of you will be aware that in accidental death, these evidences, no one goes into what kind of SDH was there. This is as per my 3 decades of experience in forensic medicine. Next, please. Next, yeah. These are the forms, NOC, just for the purpose. This is how we gave NOC from the Department of Forensic Medicine. Next, please. This is a provisional list which comes along with the request of NOC. Next, please. This is the information to the, initially PGI was using clearance from the police. So we use this, because police, they say, sir, we do not know which organ, why you are not taking the responsibility. So we said, yes, actually, we are the ones who are responsible, whether this organ is going to, I am answerable to the court. It is not the police. So this information is sent to them that NOC is being taken care by the, and they send it back on WhatsApp, and they come only once for the inquest and to get the postmortem done. So we coordinated in such way so that there is no harassment of police also. This is the forms which are filled up by the retrieval teams, what organs they have taken, what thing. Next, please. And Yeah, these are how they put up the retrieval notes. What was the condition of organs in case if they are taking it, if they're, so this is good enough, and I incorporate findings directly from this. Next, please. Even in eye donation cases, we have been given these NOCs, Department of Forensic Medicine. Next, please. So I just would like to conclude with this. Starting night autopsy was a long pending demand from various sections of the society, which was addressed by the DGHS, and now we have this order. It is definitely an opportunity to improve infrastructure and utilizing time for development of, we can develop our other service specialty, because now we have time. We cannot say that we do not have time. So, and we can always use rapid advancement and improvement in technology for our benefit. This is again a repetition that there is no legal bar in performing night autopsies. This is high time to consider this possibility seriously and positively. Next, please. So what could be the way forward? With changing times, you will all agree with me, there is always going to be a more expectations of the society or the administration, even when they are aware that resources are not adequate. I was just having a meeting with MOS, and she was discussing the whole concept. India is a developing country, we have resource crunch, but definitely we cannot say that what best, what better, or what more can be done is always expected from by the government, from us. We may choose to move forward with a pragmatic approach, step by step, by making small changes in our way of working and keeping pace with the changing social and legal dynamics. Thank you. So nice of you to listening it. Today was a glitch. Initially, I was late, and then my presentation was not happening. Sorry for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Bansal sir, for your wonderful dissection of the night autopsy. And already we started doing a little bit here, but I think pros and cons we have dissected very well. There are lots of questions in the chat box, sir. We'd like to answer a few of them.
Okay, sure.
Dr. Das, do you have the clear vision on that? Can you read out like the earlier cases? Dr. Siddharth?
For the question.
I'll try to read one of them, sir.
Chat box question.
Yeah, chat box, sir. There were 10 of them, I think. You can pick a few of them. In law and order issue, should we ask for a written order from DM or SP of the district for conduction of a nighttime PM? This is
okay.
Any thought on that?
Again, basically, because this is a one particular line in law and order situation. So somebody has to give a request that there is a situation. But again, I'll say there is no particular thing. Police also is competent to decide it. We should not be insisting on DM or something. It is between you. Look, these are certain areas where there is no clarity, and there can never be a clarity. Because if we ask for everything, okay, this is order. SHO of the place, they can say it. So it is for us to accept it. And another thing, I have yet to see anyone challenging the authority of head of the Department of Forensic Medicine. Why you did this thing? Why at this thing? There should be some logic behind it. And the law and judiciary is very well administration. They accept logic. So request is good enough. But in case if you want that it should come to DM, even that is good. But it's perfectly fine. In case if somebody is coming to me, a letter coming to me from SHO, that sir, this is a situation and we want this. This is a law and order situation. I'll take it and do it. Because even SHO is an authority. Yeah. I'm not, you're not audible, Dr. Sunil.
Sunil sir.
Yeah, he's audible?
Yeah.
Yes,
no.
yes.
Yeah.
So just one more question, I think is relevant. Will the night autopsy be at a disadvantage, especially in case of a burned body, decomposed body, and is it advisable in exhumation case? That's why
now the thing is, all these three categories, in case if you're thinking burn is a suspicious category. So it is already excluded. Decomposed body is already excluded. And exhumation, definitely it is a suspicious category. That's the purpose. So it is already been excluded from night autopsy protocol.
Yeah, it is well taken. Means is already excluded as per the OM of last year.
Yeah.
I think, sir, that's all from the chat box. So, Dr. Vinod,
There
you
is
can take
one question. There
One
one
more question is
question.
there.
There are private medical colleges in Maharashtra and Karnataka authorized to conduct medical legal postmortem. Who shall pay them the autopsy allowances or remuneration in both day as well as night autopsy?
Now the thing is, basically, we have to understand there are two issues. One is your job for which you are designated, you are appointed. Okay, do not mix two things. One is an allowance. So you are appointed for some particular job, like surgeon. If you say, I want to do surgery and give me surgery allowance, so it goes like that. So basically, medical in some of the states, medical officers have been, like in Haryana, medical officers have been given allowances. I don't think so faculty of the forensic medicine is getting any allowance, because their duty, that's a part of their duty. So
yes,
we cannot say that are we legally entitled to have allowances? So in case not legally entitled, so no one is going to give you allowances.
Arthur, we don't get it anything here. So
we are also not getting, sir. You stated they are giving, sir. Some 500 ranging from 500 to. Yeah.
I think I think that's all for the chat box. Thank you, Bansal sir and organizer, for giving me this opportunity. Over to Dr. Das and Vinod.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Yogendra Bansal sir, for nice informative guest speech on the very relevant topic, night autopsy, and giving answer to queries of the participant. I also thanks today's chairperson, Dr. Sharma sir, for chairing the session. Again, I would like to thank all the guest speakers, Dr. Raj Shekhar, Dr. Shailesh Mote sir, Dr. Srijit Parmeshwaran, Dr. Yogendra Bansal sir, all the chairperson like Dr. Ashok Chanana sir, Dr. Sunil Sharma sir, Dr. Vijay Pal Khandwal sir, and Dr. Srimanta Kumar Das sir for chairing the sessions. And I'll also thanks all the participants for joining the today's CME. I will call Dr. Satish sir for giving vote of thanks.
So good afternoon, everyone. Myself, Dr. Satish, President, Forensic Medicine. So it's my great privilege to propose the vote of thanks in this great occasion of our CME. So I thank our Director of Institute, Jipmer Puducherry, for doing this CME, the topic for need of the hour, like unclaimed bodies, organ donation, and night autopsy. So first of all, I thank our organizing chairman, Dr. Siddharth Das sir, and the respected guest speakers, Dr. Rajshekar sir, Dr. Shailesh Moite sir, Dr. Srijit sir, Dr. Bansal sir, and our panel discussion moderator, Dr. Chaudhary sir. And also my extend gratitude to the chairperson, Dr. Vijay Pal sir, Dr. Srimant Kumar, Dr. Ashok Chana sir, and Dr. Sunil Sharma sir. But not the least, the pillars of the CME, the delegates who are there for the almost 5 hours, 5 to 6 hours of that. So without them, the CME would be a great success. And also my gratitude to our department residents and telemedicine team of JUPMER and the studio team for providing the good internet connection and the for the smooth flow of the CME. So we'll meet in again one more good CME or another conference. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, bye-bye.
Thank you all.
Two. Just now do some direct messages.
No.
Two we have to select all.
Everyone,
No, everyone.
no?
Yes.